Was it a panelist? Oh.
Check, check.
Okay, thank you.
Hang on. Yeah, it is.
If you got another one, great. If not, I can do it off.
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
You got a whole.
I'm gonna have to get a bigger one. I'm gonna need a bigger one. This isn't cutting it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock. Today is April 25th, 2024. Welcome to the Design Review Board meeting. Who would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance, or should we do the roll call first?
Roll call first, Chair.
Roll call it is. Michelle?
Board Member Weil?
Yes, I'm here.
We're all different seats, so it's thrown me off. Board Member Coveney?
Here.
Board Member Gibbs?
Present.
Board Member Neve?
Here.
And Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Here.
all here in attendance.
Lovely. Mrs. Neve, would you care to direct us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would love to.
Lead the
If
way.
everyone would please stand and place your hands over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lovely. So for this evening, Pledge of Allegiance, the meeting procedure will be as follows. We will have public communications. Any member of the public can address the board on items not on this evening's agenda, but in the purview of the Design Review Board. Comments will be limited to a maximum of 2 minutes per speaker for a total of 15 minutes for all comments unless extended for good calls by the board. First on the agenda will be the consent calendar. The consent calendar is minutes for approval. And then we will move into the agenda order. Yes, put them on silence. The regular order of business, we have first on the agenda, because we're going to stay to the agenda. Yes, we're not going to change anything. Great. 2058 at Crestview Drive. The second one will be 31562 at Bluff Drive, followed by 8 Rockledge Road. Next to that will be 1955 San Remo Drive. 10 Camel Point Drive will be next. 31558 Catalina Avenue. Last but not least will be 1260 Bluebird Canyon Road.
Chair, can I suggest a minor or a modification to the order?
We thought about changing 10 Camel Point, but just to keep the numbers, it gets confusing for staff and for us. Is that what you wanted to do?
Yeah, because it's a continuance. I just don't, I think we should do it first so the people don't have to wait around.
They're not here, are they? 10 Camel Point? Anyone here from 10 Camel Point because it's being continued?
Maybe it doesn't matter. That
Doesn't matter. I recommend keeping it. It's not worth
We
it.
have
It
a
just
date?
adds confusion.
Chair, may I ask, do we have a date certain for that one or are they just continue?
We do have a date certain.
Okay.
May 20.
It would be May 23rd.
So the regular order of business has just been announced. How this will go, the chair will introduce the item, the address and DR number. Applicants will take their seats at the front desk. Ex parte and disclosures by board members. Then staff will present a summary presentation with comments, and then board questions staff. The public hearing is declared open at that point. The applicant team has 5 minutes to present their application. Members of the public will then have 3 minutes for comment. The applicant team will then have 3 minutes for rebuttal. The board questions the applicant. The public hearing will then be closed. The board will enter into discussions and deliberations. The board will take action, motion, a second, discussion on the motion and vote. All right. Oh, yeah, we have election of officers. We're voting election of officers this round, right? Since we have a full board.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay.
So we will, accept nominations on chair and chair pro tem, and then you will have two separate motions for each of those positions.
And can I recommend that, did you want to take the recommendation for both together or each separately? That we just clarify that one at a time? Yes, I think that's cleanest.
So
Okay,
if I go first, for the chair, I'd nominate Board Member Gannon.
I'll second that. And can we then go right into a nomination for Chair Pro Tem?
So if there isn't any discussion on that,
First vote on
you'd
that?
want to
Okay.
vote on that first.
Okay.
Take the motion on that first.
All right.
Any discussion?
Let's vote.
You direct that.
Or Michelle.
I will direct that. Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Neve,
Yes.
and now Chair Gannon.
I am honored. Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And
5-0 vote to have Board Member Gannon as chair.
Christine's last name is.
I would like to nominate Chris Thelman as Chair Pro Tem.
I'll second that.
And just,
With one discussion on that,
Yes.
is that Board Member Neve, who's filling in for the stint or the lag that she takes.
She will be back.
She takes the role in Christine's absence. That we accept Board Member Neve as pro tem in the interim, as well as nominating Board Member Thalman for the role.
Well, I stepped into that one, didn't I? Okay.
Hey, you were pretty good back in the day.
So much for retirement. I second that.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Now Chair Pro Tem Neve
Well, not yet.
Not yet.
But yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
Okay, that's a 5-0 vote to vote Chair Pro Tem Thalman / Chair Pro Tem Neve. Oh, I said that
as
wrong.
the alternate,
As the alternate, yes.
Ms.
As
Neve will serve as the
yes,
alternate.
Yes.
All right. So now we can move into public communications. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak this evening on items not on tonight's agenda, now's the time for you to come to the podium and introduce yourself and share your words. And we're not doing online, so. Okay, great. Then we will head into the agenda order. Oh, yeah, the consent calendar. So on consent calendar, we have 4.1 minutes for approval from April 11th, 2024. And we have minutes for approval from February 8th. Was it February 8th? February 8th, 2024. Is there any discussion?
The only thing I'd recommend is that we adopt each one of these individually, as there was some absence for both of them.
We did want to take public comment on the consent calendar as well.
Okay. At this time, is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on the minutes for approval that were dated on April 11th, 2024? No? No comments? What's the who gets the vote on this? Because you weren't
So-
here.
So
Well, I
Chair,
think we should take.
Chair, for clarity purposes, I would recommend that since we do need to take separate motions, you just take them in order, go one by one, 4.1, and then we can announce who is abstaining from those votes based on whether or not they were present at that meeting.
So
Just a question, there were potentially three of us not in attendance.
Don's not here.
You were at 411. You were here?
Yes.
I was here. So.
Okay,
it's
okay,
just-
so we.
There's,
Sorry.
there's two of us to abstain and that should be sufficient, right?
Correct. We just
Okay.
need 3 to vote. Yes.
So do you want me to make the motion? I'll make the motion that we adopt the minutes, the draft minutes for the April 11, 2024 meeting.
I second that motion.
I abstain.
Oh, she
Or
has
she'll
to-
vote. Or that's you.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Abstain.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Abstain.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
That's a 3-0 vote for approval of minutes.
Okay, so for the 8th of February, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on the DRB meeting that occurred on February 8th, 2024? Anyone? No? All right. No discussion?
Chair, I'll move item number 4.2, the minutes of February 8th as recorded.
I'll second.
Board Member Coveney,
Abstain.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
I abstain.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
That is a 3-0 vote for approval of the minutes.
First on the agenda is 2058 Crestview Drive. Do we have the applicant team here? I hope.
That one's being continued to May 9th.
Is that being continued?
Mhm.
All right. Well, I move to continue. Do we have a date on that?
We did want to
May 9th.
take public speakers on that one
To
as well.
still take public speakers?
Mhm.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on 2058 Crestview Drive? Anyone? No?
Chair, I'll move the continuance on item number 5.1 at 2058 Crestview Drive to be continued to May 9th, 2024.
I'll second that.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
It's a 5-0 vote to continue to May 9th.
And
Okay.
staff, for clarification, it will not be mailed out noticed.
We do not send a new notice when there's a continued to a date certain.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is 5.2, located at 31562 Bluff Drive. Yes, they're coming. This is for design review 23-2339, coastal development permit 23-2341, and a variance 23-2342. Welcome. One moment, we have to give our ex parte, 1 second.
The start with.
I went by the property, did not meet with anybody, but went by both the PCH side and the Bluff side.
Visited the site and read the couple of public correspondence.
Same for me.
I visited the site and I met with Mr. Velarde.
I visited the site and I met with Mr. Velarde there.
All right. We're going to do a staff presentation. Ms. Stevens, Stephen?
Thank you, Chair Gannon and members of the Design Review Board. Item 5.2, again, is a request for design review, coastal development permit, and a variance at 31562 Bluff Drive. The project site fronts on both Bluff Drive and South Coast Highway between the Catalina Street and Table Rock Drive intersections in the R1 zone. The neighborhood consists of low-density, single-family development with 1 to 3-story dwellings. The 8,383 square foot lot is developed with a 3,654 square foot, 3-level dwelling, an attached 445 square foot 2-car garage accessed from South Coast Highway, a 685 square foot 3-car garage accessed from Bluff Drive, and approximately 558 square feet of elevated decks. The applicant proposes 110 square feet of upper level additions, an 8 square foot deck expansion, door and window changes, and widening the entry gate by 9 feet 6 inches on the Bluff Drive driveway. The attached 2-car garage accessed from South Coast Highway will be converted to living area. Design review is required for the upper level additions, elevated deck addition, and a variance requesting to allow 2 parking spaces in the front yard setback and to not provide on the required on-site turnaround on the Coast Highway frontage. The property is required to maintain a 20-foot front yard setback along both Coast Highway and Bluff Drive frontages. Pursuant to Laguna Beach Municipal Code 25.10.008 E2A, the front yard setback shall not be used for the regular or constant parking of vehicles, and an on-site turnaround again is required so that a vehicle may exit the property facing forward onto Coast Drive pursuant to section 25.53.004C. The residence was constructed with a driveway off Coast Highway leading to an attached garage under the County of Orange jurisdiction. No on-site turnaround was provided on the site. Therefore, vehicles must back out of the driveway into traffic. With the conversion of the two-car garage into living space, this driveway is no longer necessary. The existing three-car garage access from Bluff Drive satisfies the parking requirement for the structure. Staff believe the driveway access should be closed as the driveway again is no longer providing access to a garage. Conditions 19 and 20 have been added to the resolution to require the installation of a curb and require the owner obtain permits from Caltrans. The applicant's justifications for the variance request are contained in the variance applications as attachments 2 and 3 to the staff report. The applicant states that the proposed parking in the front yard setback would be used for guest parking only. Therefore, it would not be considered regular or constant parking as stated in the municipal code. However, the code does not distinguish between guest and resident parking in the front setback. As stated in the staff report, staff do not believe that the 4 required findings can be made in order to grant the variance requests. In order for the board to grant the variance, all the findings in section 25.05.025F must be made. Staff received 10 letters of support for the project and no letters in opposition. Staff recommends the board adopt resolution 23-2339, approving design review 2339 and coastal development permit 23-2341 for the upper level additions, elevated deck addition, new doors and windows, etc., and denying variance 23-2342, requesting to allow the 2 parking spaces in the front setback and to not provide on-site turnaround, subject to the attached exhibits A, B, and C, and to adopt a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA. This concludes staff's presentation, and we're available to address any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Stephen. All right, 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
My name is Ernest Velarde. I'm the architect on this project, the John and Lois Mastrocola residence. They've owned the house for over a dozen years and used to live in it, but moved out for the purposes of additions, remodel, and reconstruction. The house needed a lot of work. Original zoning approval on this was administrative back in December year 2020. And with that, we received building permits and had been in construction since that time. The reason we are now back again, this is not administrative, but with a full DR hearing, is because we are expanding some of the upper level, a closet, moving it out and adding, so therefore we're a change of roof line. And the old garage is being converted, the old garage over the Coast Highway being converted into a bedroom and a bathroom. And that requires a very minor projection for a toilet area. So therefore, with this roof additions, it's into DR. Also, we are in variance, seeking a variance for being able to continue to park on a driveway that's been there on the Coast Highway for 75 years. The home was originally built in around 1949, and that was the frontage at the time. And so we are seeking parking up there to relieve parking on Bluff Drive, which has always been a problem. It's painted, red curbs. Nobody's allowed to park there except for the owners of the homes. And there's been a lot of problems and bad feelings over the years with people being towed, people getting nasty notes, et cetera. So we figured if we already have a driveway up at Coast Highway, if we could park 2 of our cars, we do have a 3-car parking garage on Bluff. We added an extra one because of the square footage. But if we can continue to park as that parking space has been there for 75 years, park 2 cars up there, that is what we're seeking. Now, we don't have room for a turnaround geometrically. It doesn't work out on the site there. There are questions of well, the danger of backing out and various things. Do we have a right to ask for this where other people don't, et cetera? One of the reasons we feel that it's to the benefit of the neighborhood, it's a plus, a win-win, is that people on Bluff would like us to be able to park some additional cars up there. We've got letters with 16 signatures of adjacent neighbors who are supporting us, who support us having our parking up there to relieve the parking on Bluff. Also, people on Bluff do park additional cars up on Coast Highway almost permanently. So when you ever go along there, it's always filled with cars. Some of them might be people going to the beach, but often it's the people who live on Bluff who have, a third car, fourth car, whatever, a recreational vehicle is up there. Now, by us allowing us to park on our old driveway up there, it would do several things. It would get parking off of Bluff, but also would open up 2 public spaces on the highway that we would normally be using for visitors and, family members or whatever. And so we could open up 2, which is a benefit to the general public, people who are going down to the beach or just, doing business up in that area. Now, the question had come up about, backing out onto the highway is dangerous, and that's a difficult, topic to argue. And so what we propose is to have some steel posts on the driveway with chains with padlocks on it. And if their family members or visitors want to park up there, they have to come down to the house. The owners go up there, unlock the chain and pull the posts out. And on the key for that would be a large plaque that says you must back up into the driveway. You're not allowed to drive it. You have to back up. So when you leave, you go out. As a reminder, and it'd be a condition, and we can also post a sign up there too, for sort of mitigate the problems of the safety problems of backing out on the highway. But other than that, we feel it's a benefit to everybody. It's a win-win, no matter what the codes might say in terms of getting special privileges to other people. But we feel it's a privilege to the entire neighborhood. And did the buzzer go off? Anyway, so also, I have a picture here of the signage. I'll give you, this is what every house has in front of them. It's, you will be towed. This is for owners only. Every house has this except for their house, So there's a lot of bad feelings on that street. We just want to kind of relieve some of that. So our intentions are, we feel honorable. So anyway. Yeah. Also, there is a condition in the report here, which is 42 pages long. I can't believe it's that long. Anyway, in there, the condition of approval for the
Mr.
house
Velarde,
itself-
we're going to have to open it to public communication.
Okay.
Can you save that for the 3-minute?
Yes.
When you have?
I have
Okay.
something about Caltrans.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Now, if anyone in the audience would like to speak on this project, now is the time to come to the podium. This is 31562 Bluff Drive. No one? Okay. The floor is yours again.
Okay, one of the conditions of approval, not of the variance, but of the house itself, which is sort of non-controversial, but the condition of approval is that the driveway up at Coast Highway have a curb and gutter put in. So basically cars couldn't drive into it. However, the owners of the project here have an agreement with Caltrans, so I'm going to give it to you, dated September 23, 2023, that Caltrans has made a contract with them that Caltrans can use that driveway for the improvements they're doing along the highway for a period up until December the 15th, 2024. And I'm going to give you copies of the agreement. There are more copies with signatures, but this is essentially is telling the story of it. So in terms of putting a curb and gutter in there, Caltrans wants it open. until December 15th of 2024, so they could use their trucks, equipment on there for the work that they're doing. I'm going to give this to you so you could each, I've highlighted some of the important things in there, but this was an agreement with Caltrans.
Okay,
So they want to be able to use that, and they've agreed to it, and they're getting compensated some amount of money for it by Caltrans.
thank you.
Can't hear you.
You still have more time? Do you want to speak further or does that
Well,
conclude? the
anyway,
discussion?
so what this is, I think what it's telling us, if there are conditions where we have to put this curb and gutter in, there's an agreement with the state of California that it be left accessible as a driveway, at least until December 15 of 2024. So, yeah. Yeah.
Right. It's a big project running from like
Yeah.
Aliso all the way through. But your home is connected to that and the sidewalk's being proposed to be widened in front of your property. Okay. So this is more just so that they can kind of rip up and kind of access the driveway and connect to it.
It's to stage their equipment. It's on there at the last pages. Yeah, so
Okay,
it was a 42-month agreement.
okay,
Okay. Yeah,
understood.
well, it's-
Does that conclude your presentation? Okay,
This is not the contract, right?
That,
this
the
is-
contract, there's more paperwork with signatures and all of that. This is the cover sheet and parts of the contract. But there is a contract signed with Caltrans by the owners here.
Okay, I understand.
It's a lot of paperwork. This
No,
is
I
just so-
understand.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not the only people on block that they have to sign, because they're gonna have their equipment there. But they want to use on driveway as a state.
They want to get it off the highway. And this is an open driveway, allows them to get it off the
Yeah.
highway
and it's
safely.
a nice size too. Any other questions by the board?
I have-
Yes.
I have a couple questions.
I-
First of all, as I understand it, and Heather, confirm if you can, if we do not grant the variance, there will be required to be a curb put in so cars can't access that area. Is that right?
That's the condition that was added, but again, as the board, you can modify conditions.
Okay, I understand. Now, this is a legal question for Alicia. We haven't seen this contract. It was not entered into with the city. If we do, if hypothetically, we do not approve this variance, and what would be the impact of that agreement on what we condition the approval of the project with respect to that curb?
Board Member Gibbs, good question. I anticipated that you were going to ask me that. I think that the impact of our variance on of the agreement on our variance is nil. I think it's actually the reverse that we should be concerned about, the impact of our condition on that agreement and whether it creates an interference with a contract that the property owner has entered into with another public agency. So I think we would need to look at that closely to make sure that we're not taking an action that frustrates the purpose of that agreement.
Okay, if we decide not to agree to the variance, at what point would we evaluate that agreement and what alternative to a curb cut can be done?
I think we could evaluate that now. And it's possible that you could create a condition that's temporary in nature that would allow for Caltrans access during the life of the agreement and then, address the concern with respect to the variance separately thereafter. So if you, in other words, if you wanted the variance to spring into existence after such time that Caltrans's use of the property under that agreement is complete, I think we could look at it from that perspective.
So for example, we could condition approval of the project on there being a chain barrier that could only be open for Caltrans. And then at the end of the Caltrans agreement, the curb be restored or be put there?
Well, I think that we, theoretically, yes. I think we also need to consider that removal of the curb cut would also require Caltrans approval because it is an improvement within their right of way. So we would have to get their approval for that modification.
Okay, you've answered my questions. I'll save the rest to
But-
to the deliberations.
Okay, so I have a question that piggybacks that, but you were saying that we can remove the condition of there ever even being?
Yes.
I like that road.
Yes, that is an option.
And that doesn't put a liability on the city? If they were to use it, back out and get into a car accident, does that put a liability on the city?
Just having the curb cut there?
And not having having the curb cut there.
No, it's the
Okay.
existing condition, so it wouldn't be any different now than
Oh,
it would
so
be
that solves that.
otherwise. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've seen these on, I mean, a couple of houses over the years that abut Coast Highway, especially in the zone where the sidewalks are being. My understanding from those prior ones, and even somewhat the language here, and you can actually see it in practice while they're out there doing it. Caltrans has a responsibility that if you take access through Coast Highway to your property, to work through maintaining that access during construction. In most cases, that's what this temporary easement is encompassing, which meaning they'll put, if they're digging it up, they'll put steel plates down and try to maintain your access as much as possible during the construction. But you're a neighboring property and they get to build on their stuff while trying to work with you guys.
But we will not be able to. do this.
Yeah.
But, you know, one thing,
Oh.
to.
You have to use the mic, please.
So I, in,
One of the homeowners, and you gotta excuse my voice. I have throat cancer. My wife's been doing this project for 3 years. So the biggest thing that I'm looking at is that we can get going. We've been waiting 3 years. I've been out of my house. It was really nice driving up to PCH. I forgot what it was like. And I'd like to get this project moving.
Yeah.
We've been waiting a long time, and it just seems like we keep coming up to these things. One thing that I want to make very clear is when we bought this house, the realtor advertised that garage as a living space. Now, I know that I'm paying for the sins of everybody else and even the people that put the third floor in. I did not do that. And I have paid extensively to fix everything that the city's requested and also that we've thought was in the best nature for ourselves. We've uncovered some things, as you know, when you do a remodel. Anyway, so really,
So we're in.
with this variance, we're not asking for anything that
Yes.
isn't already in effect.
my que-
Hasn't already been used.
But sir, your comments are appreciated, but it's, we're in questioning.
so my question was really kind of going towards staff of like, if we make a change at this time, it can still coincide with the sidewalk project for them to work with Public Works or Caltrans for that matter,
And we
to
can,
get whatever resolution resolves in process as they're building out their sidewalk.
and we can remove the condition altogether. So when construction is over, it doesn't need to be curbed. Caltrans doesn't need to add a curb. So that problem solves
They-
that. That's easy.
Approving the variance and allowing
No.
them to maintain the parking?
No, we can't make the findings, unfortunately, for the variance.
How would,
We deny the variance, but allow it to continue, just leave it as it is. It's something that's already in existence. So
but
you,
how, what enforcement would there be if someone parks there
We
then?
can't,
There's no.
I mean, if we're talking.
There is no
You either
enforcement.
allow parking or you don't allow parking there.
Mhm.
We got to make this legal. There's no variance right now to allow parking in that area, and he has 3 cars. I don't want to get in deliberation, But I think the question kind of clarified, and maybe this is what you're asking, Chair, is if we deny the variance, what measures would need to be done that would be part of the order, if any, to prevent parking up in that area?
You
And
don't.
that's to the city.
You just let them,
The,
What,
figure
does
it
it
out.
need to be chained? Does it?
so denial of the variance
with the
with
removal.
with the condition in place would require Caltrans approval for them to install the curb at a later date, apparently after this agreement. If that condition of approval is removed, you would still be denying the variance. At that point, the applicant has options. They can come and apply for a fence and treat that area as a patio space. They can choose to landscape it. There would be other options on the table for them at that point. We can't control what they want to do with that space at that
But a
point.
fence
private
isn't
property.
necessarily design review.
No, it would be a 4-foot high fence and it would comply with the front yard.
I
And
see.
it could open and close.
Well,
theoretically.
can we,
6 feet, they'd be
can
nuts.
we make any condition or requirement in connection with this project that prevents parking up on the Coast Highway there?
Let them have their property rights.
What is before you is a request for a variance to, let's look at the specific language of the variance. It's to encroach into the front yard setback. So if you look at so let's go to the staff report.
I could share the language.
Yes,
In the
please.
front yards, the limits in the front
Yes,
yard
please.
setback.
Thank you.
So the R1 zone 25.10.008 E2A states, each lot shall maintain a front yard or front yards of not less than 20 feet. Front yards shall not be used for accessory buildings, clotheslines, air conditioning, pool equipment, the storage of trailers, boats, campers, or other materials, or the regular or constant parking of automobiles or other vehicles. So the variance request is to allow the regular and constant parking of automobiles within the front yard setback.
Okay, I gather from that, that what's before us is to grant or to deny the variance. And it would not be appropriate for us to require, for example, a fence or a curb be installed there or going to Caltrans or anything of that sort. Is that a fair statement, what you're saying?
So those are options the applicant would have at a later date if they chose to pursue that. Yes.
Providing
I get it.
you have removed the conditions in the resolution number 19 and number 20 in your motion.
Anyone else
Just had a
have
quick question
questions?
about the red curb you mentioned. The red curb, I know down on Bluff Drive, you guys, that's private, nobody can park there. If up on the PCH area you're talking about, is there red curb left and right of your existing driveway?
Up on Coast
Up on
Highway
Coast Highway?
for like 10 feet or something like that.
On towards the Table Rock side?
Yeah,
On
The curb.
both sides,
Yeah.
there's
So
forgiveness.
If this was taken over and we made a curb there, is that going to be available for public parking or would that be?
I
Is that-
attempted to determine Caltrans requirements. We would assume that it would also be red because the curb to the north of their driveway is red until.
You
down
don't know
when
how
they're
far that
parking.
extends.
So
that would
And to
refer
the
to-
south.
we couldn't get an exact distance from an intersection that Caltrans requires red curb. Someone had mentioned it could be 500 feet, but I wasn't able to confirm.
Okay,
So
and then
chances are it would be red even if it was curbed.
Okay,
May
thank you,
I add to
Heather.
that?
And then
On
one more.
Coast High, because I studied this extensively, there's red curbs on both sides of that driveway. And I believe it's red curb because it pinches, the road pinches. No car can park there safely and get in and out of their car safely.
Have anything to add to that, or that's how you see it as well? So
pardon me?
there's no ability to park then behind your driveway presently on PCH. You can't just park on the street. You have to be in the driveway.
I can show you pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would all be red curbed, at least according to what we heard from Chief.
Just presently, there is what we call a curb cut. The driveway goes down to the street. There is no curb and gutter
Right.
there.
Right.
That's how it's been for 75 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I spent a lot of time studying this one. There's no way a car can park safely outside of their home. So they're not taking away. That's a great question, by the way. That was a phenomenal discussion. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Any other board questions, comments? Well, ready for comments, board comments? Mr. Gibbs,
I'll start.
do the honor.
I'll get the easy ones out of the way, and that is everything but the variance, I think is minor. It complements the house. It all looks appropriate to me, and I appreciated your walkthrough of that. I have no problems with that. I think the overall project's an excellent project. So let me get to the variance. In my mind, backing out onto PCH, particularly there, is dangerous. It's a real public safety issue for me. And I can't get over that. I understand the need for parking along Bluff Drive there. I drove up and down it, saw it. It is a challenging street. At the same time, you have a 3-car garage plus a gate with area within the gate. I don't know whether parking is legal there, but certainly parking can be done there, additional parking. I don't see how that area up by PCH, the variance area, can ever be made safe backing out. And while I appreciate, and I think you have proposed you made a good case for it, probably the best case you can make, including the idea of chains and all that. If it happens once that somebody backs out and somebody gets seriously hurt, I think we will all regret having approved that variance. When it comes to public safety, my view is that must prevail. So I can't support the variance at all in this case. Moreover, in looking at the project-specific conditions, 19 reads, the driveway access from Coast Highway shall be closed with the installation of a curb and gutter. The applicant shall obtain all required permits from Caltrans. In light of the agreement, and we haven't seen the agreement, but it appears that, and I don't doubt you, that there is one, I would suggest a modification of that condition. And the modification would read that the area will be chained off and the curb and gutter or the curb cut remain through the completion of the Caltrans project and be opened. You can provide Caltrans with a key that they can open it and do the storage there. When they do their work, it's very safe. They know what they're doing. So I don't think that creates a public safety problem. But I think that would be my view of how that condition should read. And then the follow-on would be that once it's completed, then the condition of 19 would be triggered and the curb would need to be installed. So that's my view on this.
I'll follow that real quick. I liked everything that you said until once Caltrans is finished, the curb needs to be installed. There's been multiple times where we've been here where you have all 5 board members and staff really wanting to approve a variance and all the neighbors are supportive, but because we can't find the 4 findings, we can't approve a variance. I do like that we have the option to remove the conditions stated in 19 and 20, and I support that. This house has been here for how long? I looked to see when there was an accident due to somebody backing out. There never has been. So I support removing the conditions 19 and 20 and support staff's findings for approval. No, not of the variance. Sorry for the clarification. Not approving the variance, but approving the rest of your application.
Wait a minute, can I ask you, Chair, a question about that? So are you saying that it's okay to park there even though we're not granting a variance?
I'm not saying it's okay to park there. I'm saying it's okay not to put a curb there.
So they can park there?
I mean, it's a front yard. If they have access, we're saying that they cannot park there. but at some point in time, they can make improvements to enjoy that front yard. So let's keep that option available to them.
Okay.
Could I go next? Okay. Okay. First of all, I really appreciate all that you're doing. I understand after being out at the site that there were a lot of unpermitted issues, a lot of issues with the house. You guys have been very patient, and I think that it's going to be amazing. I think the improvements with the closet and your remodel of the existing garage is very minor. It doesn't have any impacts with your neighbors, and I think that that's all, very good. I do agree with staff and cannot approve the variance. And I think particularly after hearing that even if it were curbed, it would be red. I mean, I think that also sort of gives another foot stomp to how dangerous that is in that particular area. So I cannot support a variance, and I do support the condition of having it curbed. And I would think that once Caltrans completes their work, since you do have to get permission through Caltrans, that condition for curbing would actually take place after Caltrans needs the area for their staging, and that curb would also be red to further improve the safety in that area.
Yeah. As far as the house project goes, it works. It's minor, just like my colleague said, they're all in support. The neighbors are in support. I want to see you finish this home. It's great. I think when we're talking about the variance, I think staff did a good job outlining it. I mean, the special circumstance, it's challenging. I do find this to be contrary to the zoning and trying to work towards conformities. And we do see this from times at different parts of town where they abut Temple Hills, they abut Park Avenue, and those are dangerous streets, and we have to treat those very sensitive. Coast Highway being the most dangerous throughout town, maybe aside from the Canyon Road. But with the element that you're moving the existing spaces to the bluff side spot, I mean, that's the right choice. That's the right access component. So for me, by you doing that, it's not depriving you of any right of enjoyment because your availability for parking is still met based on the standards of what you need for the size of your home. I also find that the third car garage on that side doesn't add to mass and scale and is appropriate for the application, which is a finding we do need to make to grant a third car parking space. So I find that there. Backing up into Coast Highway, the narrowness of that, as you approach the street that comes down to Bluff Drive, it's a hidden street. So, I mean, it's just a dangerous corner all around. As far as the Caltrans project goes, they are widening the sidewalks. They're trying to make the pedestrian scale more safe in this zone. I'd like to see you try to communicate to them now since they haven't done that work, because my guess is their prescribed cut and work is to give you a curb cut. And I think that needs to be notified and flagged to be changed to be a curb to block off the access on that side. I would be supportive that you fence off and maybe have a gate on that side so you can have your own ingress and egress as you're afforded because you have a through lot. But, and I'd also be supportive that fence is not at the minimum requirement of 4 feet, but at 6 feet, just like your neighbors and your current existing fence that's on that side, it does provide you the buffer from the public zone and the private zone. So those things I'd be very much supportive of, but I can't allow, with the changes and the size of the home and all the stuff that's gone on, it needs to come towards conformity. And I think you're achieving your parking stuff on the Bluff Drive side. So I can't allow that to keep going on this side. And I think enough of the neighbors and staff outlined in the staff report, very few of them have access on both sides. And it's very limited. And as the other homes will make those changes, they'll have to kind of come to the same conformity as well. So that's where I'm at with the project. So the condition, I mean, I think a curb needs to be there, whether it's red or not, I think is at the Caltrans standards of public works. But I do think if they pull the permit for this, that Public Works and Caltrans and the applicant need to get together to try to make the changes that are appropriate as soon as possible.
I call for it to be read. It just calls for installation of a curb.
Installation of a curb. And
Yeah.
so I think if we are in agreement to keep that condition, we need Public Works and the zoning department to get in contact with Caltrans, with the applicant, to make sure that hopefully that project coincides and no further costs are associated to the applicant. Because if we've seen Caltrans go through this town and build sidewalks and then come back a month or two later, rip those things up because they did them wrong, maybe we can get ahead of it and hopefully it saves you guys some money from
Yeah.
doing it yourself.
Maybe it can be done with the Caltrans project. You're letting them use your land. Maybe they can do it.
I do think that land use is more to maintain their existing element of access than it is for storing heavy equipment and or those kind of things.
Right, right.
I mean, they would have,
All right, I'll just roll in here and then you guys can finish your conditions because there's going to be several, I'm sure. Thank you, staff, for a thorough report and trying to get some information from Caltrans about that red curb and how far that would extend. And Chair, for your insight there. I think the house is beautiful and I wish you joy and health in that house. Have no problem with that. Well done. I support all what my board member said here in regard to the driveway access. However, I do want to say that I don't support a chain and a lock. I don't feel like that's your responsibility to have to protect because you're holding it till Caltrans can finish so they can then put a curb and then, so I think that needs to be dealt with, as you said, with Public Works or somebody else, that they handle that on your behalf. If you do want to put a fence there or something to make it private and keep people from making their way down into Bluff, I would support whatever you design there. I'm sure it'll be in keeping with your home and would be willing to support that. But so those are my thoughts. And I'm just don't know all the conditions. I know there were a few. I'm going to look to you for that, Amber.
Chair, on that same comment, it's been a long time, but maybe Debbie, you refresh this. There have been areas where we've seen people try to do or had existing ballards and chains in their driveway. And they've been nuisances. And at one point, I think it came up as that's against an element
They've
of
been,
code.
I didn't hear.
That's discouraged in our code to have those chains or those ballards. I thought that wasn't allowed. And I know there's different parts of zones. I know we came across this up in I want to say Buena Vista area at one point,
That's-
that a
that
lot of
is-
homes have those ballards and stuff, but it's not.
It's discouraged, I
very
think. I don't know
discouraged,
that
but
it's
it's a com-
necessarily a
well-
code violation,
Yeah.
but I think it is discouraged. And I think the only other thing that I wanted to add, because I know it's disappointing because it's been there for 75 years, but had you provided an on-site turnaround, we'd have a different conversation. So I just wanted to add that comment.
Before we go to motion, and let me make the case to put in the chain or however it is to prevent access for parking there. The condition 19, and when
Again, let me just interrupt. I'm sorry, Tom. It wasn't not to put it. It was for them not to be responsible to have to put that in. Because
Okay.
it's only because of the Caltrans delay is how I'm seeing it, but
Well-
maybe I'm wrong.
No, I understand, MJ. I've suggested a condition requiring the chain there to prevent parking on the upper level until completion of the Caltrans project. So let me give a quick reason and then, we'll see how it votes because I think we're all in agreement to not grant the variance. So the question is, do we keep 19? And then the second question is, do we elaborate on that condition? The reason for adding the chain is that as 19 is drafted, and was my understanding, that with the denial of the variance, the curb would be installed relatively soon. And it came to our attention tonight that may be delayed. And knowing how Caltrans works, it may be delayed for quite some time. If we don't require some type of impediment to parking up there, this condition, which I view as very unsafe, will be allowed to continue potentially for some substantial period of time. Since it's not, by city code, parking is not allowed there to require a chain to prevent dangerous parking, while not interfering with this Caltrans work, seems to me to be a prudent condition. And I would, recommend that we add it.
And just a quick question, the parking as it is now and the driveway as it is now, prior to you doing any of these renovations, it's always been like this? Okay, 75 years. So essentially, we're extending this to 6 months of those 75 years till your contract with Caltrans is up. It's been what it's been. and
Yeah, we're
it's-
not asking for any kind of enlargement length
Yeah.
with
Yeah,
anything else.
Okay.
Just keep it as it has been since 1949.
all right. I know. Unfortunately, it's
And,
gotten a little crazier down there since those days. And a little pricier.
So
And
I'm
it-
not
it's-
hearing support for my condition, but if there are two other members of the board that would entertain it, let me know. Otherwise, I think we do a motion without it.
For me, I'd like any motion that helps move them forward on their build so that they can get moving on that without being
We have
delayed.
two
So
other board members.
I'm
to
not sure
remove.
exactly what details have to be in regard to driveway curbing and dealing with Caltrans contract.
Yeah, it's going to get approved tonight. But the question is whether we remove 19, keep 19, or amend it as I've described.
I would like to remove conditions 19 and 20 and let them come back at a future date to make improvements to add a fence. Yeah,
I'm in
and work with
favor, I'm
contract.
in favor of keeping 19 and amending it as I've described. So we have three other board members. Why don't you give your inclinations, and then I think that'll shape the motion.
I think it's kind of muddling it. I think staff's done their homework. I'm confident that it's okay. I think my question around the conditions is, I think around the horn, the board does not want to see parking on this side. Is that correct? So I think one thing that I'd like to try to ask staff is, can we give them the approval to build a fence and a gate up to a certain criteria to be worked out with staff if they're going to close that off on the property line?
Mm-mm.
I wouldn't suggest that through a condition of approval. I would recommend that they come back with a project for you to review, so you're all comfortable with that.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, then I'm fine with just kind of leaving it and just letting them work with Public Works staff and Caltrans to get the resolve, because there's a lot of moving parts.
Right, and I'm considering that there is an agreement with Caltrans regarding access. I think leaving the condition as is, as staff has drafted it, I'm in support of that. The only caveat would be to work with Caltrans to further to support them in their project on PCH. And once that's finished, it could be 6 months or it could be longer, but once Caltrans finishes that, they have to get Caltrans approval anyway, that they work with Caltrans, and then the curb goes in after that.
Or maybe you can work with Caltrans to have an agreement that you put up a wall instead of I'll let you guys figure that out. Problem solve that one.
All right, I think it's clear. Can I try a motion then? Or you have some, I'm sorry, MJ. Okay, I think I know where we are then. So, okay, so I move that the board approve the design review and coastal development permit for modification to a prior approval. And that's set forth in DR 23 -2339 and CDP 23 -2341, and denying the variance, thereby approving an upper level addition of 110 square feet, elevated deck addition 8 square feet, and new doors and windows, and denying the request to allow 2 parking spaces within the front yard setback off of PCH, and that the approval is subject to the attached Exhibit A and B, and that we adopt 15301 categorical exemption to the California Environmental Qualities Act. With respect to conditions 19 and 20 of the resolution, which let me get to, the only modification to 19 would, hear me out, okay, is that the applicant will work with Caltrans to and I want to capture. Yeah, no, I got it. That the applicant will work with Caltrans toward the installation of the curb and gutter and obtaining required permits from Caltrans. Hopefully that can be done in connection with the Caltrans installation of the sidewalk project that's going along PCH there.
Can I also make a suggestion that your motion also include reference to the certificate of occupancy? We don't want to hold up the certificate of occupancy for the structure while we're waiting for Caltrans to work out the agreement.
Where is that on
That's
your?
incorporated into my motion. Yes.
We'd be adding that. Thank you.
Second,
One point of clarification, Chair, that in referencing exhibits A and B, it would be the exhibits to the, I believe, draft DRB resolution 23-2339.
Right. Whenever we refer to exhibits A and B, it's to the resolution as set forth in the introduction to the staff report.
Right.
But we never call that out specifically, but that's what we're doing. And if you want us to call it out specifically in the future, we should.
Yeah, we should reference the resolution number, so the motion's clear.
Okay, we will do that. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Just a second.
Oh,
Sorry. Michelle, board discussion on the motion?
Nope.
Did we get a second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Louis Weil gave a second.
Yes.
Michelle, can we get a vote?
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
yes.
Board Member Gibbs.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
It's a 5-0 vote for conditional approval.
Thank you. Then work with Caltrans. Thank you.
my question is, are we allowed to proceed with the 14-day waiting period for DR to be able to continue on, submit drawings to the building department, continue on with the project on the house? Not having because Caltrans could hold this thing up till December 15. I just want clarification.
So you would want to wait the 14-day appeal period, and after that, you could go apply for building permits. You're not obligated to wait for a Caltrans agreement.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Next up is 8 Rockledge. Mr. Doppenberger? Okay, now we have 8 Rockledge. This is item 5.3 on the agenda for tonight. This is for design review 24-0285, coastal development permit 24-0284 at 8 Rockledge Road. Mr.
Yes.
Latham?
Oh, thank you,
Oh.
Chair. Miss Wendy Jung unfortunately is out sick tonight, so I'll be doing her presentation.
Oh, wonderful. All right, Ms. Dobson.
Okay,
the
so
floor is
item
yours.
Thank you. Item 5.3 is a request for design review and a coastal development permit for modifications to previously approved plans that include a new pool, spa, deck, hardscape, and landscape. This item was continued from the April 11th meeting at the request of the applicant, and the continuance was granted by the board for tonight's meeting. The subject property is a approximately 10,000 square foot irregularly shaped lot on the oceanward side of Coast Highway at the end of Rockledge Road, which is a private street, and Rockledge Terrace, which is a private access easement. The site slopes to the ocean and contains a single-family dwelling, a 2-car garage, hardscape, and landscaping. The property is listed on the city's historic register and has a Mills Act contract with the city. However, no improvements are proposed to the historic register. A historic analysis was completed and found that the project would have no impact on the historic resource. The proposed project has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable zoning standards and guidelines, and the report provides our staff's analysis, and we believe that the project complies with the applicable design guidelines and the CDP criteria, and the findings can be made. Staff has received written public correspondence from neighbors expressing concern with landscaping, view equity, and geologic conditions. And since the drafting of the staff report, the applicant and certain neighbors have come to an agreement regarding the maximum height of vegetation identified on the landscaping plan in order to address the view concerns. The applicant will present the proposed revisions for the board's consideration, but this plan is the most recently proposed plan. Staff believes that the draft resolution prepared for the project is still applicable based on the revised plans, and we would ask for just minor updates. So staff would not be recommending approval of a guardrail and a small wall located along the bluff edge, and we've pointed that out to the applicant, and we would recommend removing that from the site plan. Staff also received some late public communication with concern, bringing up concerns for construction staging, geologic safety, and there was a request submitted for vibration monitoring, which I believe you have in hard copy from a neighbor. A slope stability analysis was provided and it was in the attached packet. The building official will require additional documentation as necessary to demonstrate safety during construction. And with regard to the construction staging concerns, we did have building code enforcement do a site visit and an inspection just recently as of last week, and they did not see any compliance issues. So with that, staff is recommending that the board by motion adopt the resolution approving the design review and the coastal development entitlement with the following changes. Incorporate the added conditions on the revised landscape plan as proposed by the applicant, as well as a condition to remove all references to a guardrail and a wall from the site plan and along the bluff edge, and also revise condition number 1 to reflect the date of the plans received as of April 24th. And also, we would ask that you include in your motion revising section 2, findings 7 and 16 of the resolution, which address landscaping and view equity based on the plans provided most recently. And that concludes our staff presentation.
Can you repeat that last, revising section 2?
Revising section 2, specifically findings for the design review criteria number 7 and number 16 as they relate to landscaping and view equity based on the revised plans.
Okay, hold on. 7 and 16. Wonderful staff report. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
need ex parte.
Chair, I met with Vivian and Eric Hankinson, Horst and Steve Cortani, and property owner Bobby.
Hey, Chair, I saw the area of 8 Rockledge and I met with neighbors concerned of landscaping impingement. I met with David and Kathleen and Vivian and Eric.
Yes,
Go ahead.
sorry. I met with Horst and with Steve Cortani and with Bobby, the owner, I believe, and with Viv and Eric Henriksen. I'm butchering their name, but the neighbors. Thank you.
I visited the site with the applicant team. I met with Brian Ward. I met with Dave and Kathleen DeCesaris. Did I get it right? And met with Eric and Viv, Eric Hankinson and Viv Contreras.
Chair, I basically did the same everyone did. I met with the architect, I met with the DeCerises, and I met with Eric Hankinson and Vivian Contreras.
Horst, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, city staff. Mrs. Neve, nice to have you back. And Mrs. Coveney, welcome to the Design Review Board. It's one of the most important roles that you can take in Laguna Beach, and we appreciate your participation. Absolutely. Speaking of, appreciation and being grateful. I'm Horst Knoppenberger. I'm the project architect. I'm working with Bobby Dadvar and Brian Webb. They're the property owners. Truly one of the most beautiful properties I've really had the pleasure of working on the project. I mean, the site is just abundant in charm, and it's so nice to be a part of it. And you know, in our office, we're only designing the pool. Maura Skandarian did a beautiful job with Bobby and Brian on the house, and you've seen it, and it's really remarkable. You know, when it comes to the pool, you know, we took the approach of, you know, rather than trying to create, you know, a pool which might, you know, be, you know, more sort of indicative of the historic house, we tried to create something which is kind of like in contrast. You know, it's a modern pool. The geometry is inspired by the, you know, the soft kind of geometry of the coastline. So the pool kind of makes, or the geometry of the pool makes an allusion to the coastline, and sort of, you know, creates some clarity between the pool, which is very new and sort of modern, and the house itself, which, you know, has so much, you know, history. Got to know the neighbors. The neighbors were amazing to work with. I mean, such a good group of people. I mean, a lot of the neighbors that I met with, you know, Vivian and Eric and Dave and his wife. I mean, they're all taking views over some of the. It's kind of ironic because on one hand, you know, what makes the site, or one of the things that makes the site so special is the mature landscaping, the New Zealand Christmas tree. But all the neighbors, many of the neighbors are also taking their ocean views through the landscaping. So what we try to do, you know, with these most recent revisions is to make sure that the neighbors were, you know, really happy that there would be a balance met, that their views would be restored, the landscaping, the New Zealand Christmas tree, you know, all those things would, you know, would have a certain element of control to, you know, preserve ocean views. So, you know, once again, I appreciate the board coming out and meeting with us. Appreciate the neighbors, you know, and their contribution to the project, and really grateful, you know, for the way that Bobby and, you know, Brian have really transformed this house into what we saw this week. I don't really have a lot to add. I mean, I don't think I really need to go into each of the notes unless there's any questions. We do have a little bit of a presentation. I could probably spend a couple of minutes on it, maybe, Michelle, because part of the one of the requirements was to come up with a guardrail, you know, for the elevated decks. That's sort of more, you know, consistent with the historic aspect of the house. So we also submitted some plans for the guardrail as well. And I really, you know, I think that's about it, unless you have any questions for me.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, at this time, is there any member of the public that would like to speak about this project?
Chair, did we declare the public hearing open?
It's open.
Thank
The
you.
public hearing is open. So I make that declaration before the applicant does a presentation, right?
I believe we typically do.
Yeah. Okay.
Make it before the applicant makes.
Well,
its
it's
present.
official.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll get there.
Okay. My name is Dave DeSaris. My wife Kathleen and I have owned 2633 Victoria Drive for the last 20 years. We share an eastern property line with 8 Rockledge. For most of the 20 years we've owned this property, I have been in front of the community development people, the DRB, and the city council multiple times, specifically on view equity issues relating to 8 Rockledge. And I know for certain that there was a time in this town that the thought of attempting to install a pool on the bluff top overlooking the ocean would have been an absolute non-starter. But Kathleen and I strongly believe in an individual's right to improve their property, provided they don't materially adversely affect the neighbors or the neighborhood. And for the two of us, it is an absolutely huge benefit to see all the previously negotiated view equity terms, including hedge height claim 16-0869 and Hitchhike Claim 08-02, agreed to by this applicant, reaffirmed by this DRB, and summarized onto one page. And we are grateful to Brian, to Bobby, and Horst for their willingness to work with us in good faith. It is for these reasons that Kathleen and I offer our full-throated support for this project and would like everyone in Laguna to know that when you combine a fair-minded developer with reasonable neighbors, miracles like this one can happen.
Thank you, Mr. DeSaris. Yeah. Are you both going to speak? Okay. I did. I
Good
thought you
evening,
did.
board members. My name is Eric Hankinson. This is Vivian Contreras, and we live at 2645 Victoria Drive, directly abutting the applicant's project. And I'd just like to echo Dave's sentiments on this project. We've only been at the property for 3 years, and all of these landscape, issues were meted out back in 2018 over the course of several meetings and DRB and city actions. And I have sympathy for the poor applicant trying to sift through all of that, trying to figure out what exactly they were. And so they, Bobby, Brian, Horst, were very, very proactive in dealing with us. We've got all of those requirements now consolidated into one simple landscape, two exhibits, 2 drawings. That'll be very easy for the applicant to follow, plus any follow-on owners of this property. So we would like to state our full support for the project and very excited to see it completed. Thank you. Well, one last thing. The staff noted that there was indicating that the most recent plan is the one that's being approved, submitted on the 24th. And I know, I think on the drawing, it's dated the 17th, but indeed it was submitted on the 24th. So I just want to make sure we get the right one.
We'll have them pull it up after comments.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak on it? Horst, you have 3 minutes.
I really appreciate, the way the neighbors have worked with us. And I think, Eric said it perfectly. I mean, there is an opportunity, for, neighbors and applicants and architects and everybody to work well together and, come up with something. And I'm happy it happened on this project. I don't have anything else to say. I just,
It's okay.
thank you.
Take it.
Appreciate it.
Any questions by the board? You want to have questions to the applicant?
Staff can just do a favor and pull up the applicant's letter and just for the record, roll through the summary of what they've agreed to and both parties, just so we have it on the record.
There's quite a few things. I mean, it's listed in the finer print.
I mean, you can give us a summary, but just the fact that we put it up on the board and it hits, we've got it. It came in late. I just want to make sure everyone's aware we've got what the changes are.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I'll let him do his thing first.
Well, and I think it's the Horst letter.
It's a little, so the packet, the applicant letter, dated, there were several plans and several applicant letters. The applicant letter that we're specifically referencing was the one received on the 24th. The plans that we're specifically referencing were also the ones received on the 24th.
Yeah, and I believe there's 2 pages that were associated with that.
Yep. There is a 3-page letter and
Right.
1 revised landscape plan that's a 1-page.
1 page. I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, Horst, there should be 2 pages with it. And I thought the attachment to your letter had both pages.
Yeah, sort of, what unfolded is that originally I just assumed that all the conditions that were placed on the project in 2018 would just carry over to the property.
Right.
So in our discussions with the neighbors who spoke this evening, it wasn't really 100% clear that was really going to happen. So we started, what I did is I just took, I believe it was maybe Eric's letter or Dave's email to me, and we just put all these different, landscaping conditions into the landscape plan. And that was submitted yesterday.
And 1 through 14 encompasses that.
Yes, exactly.
So just so it's clear and so everybody's, because this is a huge success story. The one-page landscape plan, which I think you, Daniel, did you just put that up or?
There it
Michelle?
is. Yeah,
The one that was submitted yesterday? This one.
this one.
Is there an additional page? I thought there was.
No, the only additional page, well, there's 2 additional pages. One is the diagram that Eric provided to us, and he requested that we submit that diagram so it gets recorded as, part of the project. So we did that. And then the other page was the guardrail design.
Yeah, this is what I saw. So
This came from Eric.
Pardon me?
This came from the neighbor, and we just submitted it as part of the application.
Okay, so this is kind of answering, Board Member Wild, appreciate you making this comment, because this is what I understand was the revised plan. Does it include both the revised landscaping plan plus this page?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and so we just need to identify that in the motion, I think.
And can I just confirm that for your height
you good?
restrictions, that it's included on there, that on the Brian Ward side, that they are capped at 15 feet? Just want to make sure that's on there. I didn't have a chance to read.
Yes, yeah, that's the north side of the property, and there's a 15 feet height maximum from grade for the. I thought they were podocarpus, but apparently they're yew pines, and they're existing. And then there's also a small privet hedge that extends out toward the ocean, and that's going to have a 5-foot maximum height restriction, and that is noted in the landscape plan. L1.
Thank you.
And I have a question too, because on the one that you submitted here, I went back through and looked at the approvals from the Coastal Commission, and Coastal Commission is also suggesting, no improvements clearly within that 10-foot. So that one wall that you do show here and the guardrail would be contrary to Coastal Commission approval. So, so that's being taken out?
Correct. Yeah. And thanks. I should have commented on that earlier because that did come up. And you're absolutely right. That was a condition of the Coastal Commission approval. And I went back into the staff report and, got familiar with all those conditions. So on our site plan sheet A1, there's keynote 14, which says that wall is to remain. And we're in complete agreement that wall needs to be removed. It was a Coastal Commission requirement. The guardrail has already been removed, but the rest of the wall needs to be removed.
Right. Okay.
That's keynote number 14 on
Thank you.
sheet A1.1.
Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder.
A1.1.
Yes.
Any other board questions?
No.
Okay, that closes the public comment, and we will move into board comments.
And I'd like to go first. I really appreciate Horst. I remember this project when I first kind of got on the board, dealing with some of the landscape issues at one point or another, I think with Morris. So it's got a good muddied history, with the Coastal Commission. I think this is a modest adjustment to the landscape plan, makes it more usable for the property owner. Obviously, it's an agreement and has minimal impact to the neighbors. I'm very much appreciative to the neighbors and the applicant team for really coming forth with the right plans for how this is all balanced. And I feel like it's been well documented by the applicant team and by staff to record those intentions. And so with those being incorporated into this record, I am supportive of the project. It meets the design review criteria. I think staff did a fantastic job outlining the Coastal Commission's history and the coastal development permit. And I'm fully supportive of it this evening.
And I echo my colleagues' comments. I think it's great. I really love the unique design of the pool and threading that needle on the 25-foot setback. I thought that was pretty cool. And I appreciate all that you've done with working with the neighbors and kind of crossing the Ts and dotting the Is. And you have my support.
I echo your echo and yours. I want to just personally thank Eric, Victoria, Kathleen, and David for the time you gave me and the time you took to help find a balance and really be aware of everybody around you, not just your own personal needs, but kind of looked at it as a community. And it's much appreciated. And Horace, for you being so helpful with them and willing to work with your client on making this all beautiful. I look forward to more of these projects. And I look forward to your pool party, and I can get behind this. I can get behind this project.
All right. You may regret your statement that you're looking forward to more of Horace project. That being said, I was joking. So, one, it's a great project. I mean, it's a beautiful house. It's not a big project for you. I normally see the full house on the coast with you. But you know, this is I think an appropriate landscaping, pool, all of that. I find that totally acceptable. I do want to commend what happened with the neighbors and you. This was, you know, I'd like to see this more in the community. We're really encouraging it. There's somebody, when there's neighbor comes up and we make the decision, oftentimes somebody leaves disappointed. When it can be worked out in advance by neighbors simply talking to the applicant and the applicant talking to the neighbors and look for a win-win where somebody gives up, gets, most disputes can be resolved in essentially a win-win, because what you really want may not be a problem with what the other side may want, and vice versa. And it totally worked out here. Okay, so the only thing I'm going to comment on, because I agree with my colleagues and echo that, is the CEQA issue. Whenever you have, you know, a bluff top project, it raises CEQA concerns. And here they were even highlighted by a submittal, a late submittal, which I hate, by Brian Ward. But I did read his letter and read his geo report, if that's really what it is, and I'm not sure it is that. I find that this project complies with the categorical exemption for CEQA, does not require an initial study, and that none of the exceptions to the categorical exemption applies. And I want to just state some of the reasons, but I refer to the geo reports and the other reports that are in the record, plus the plans. This project, the pool is set back beyond the 20-foot bluff setback. The slope on the bluff side is 10 feet setback is being restored to its to a native condition, which improves the conditions, doesn't detract from them. The railing at the top of the bluff is being removed. I have reviewed the geo review by the city, which found no impacts, no material impacts at all, and did what I thought was a fairly thorough study. And I believe there were 3 reports. There was a coastal hazard analysis, an impacts analysis memo, and an updated geotechnical bluff edge investigation. I review those, as you may all know by now. I've reviewed those similar things in the past on projects in my prior life as an attorney. They're really important to me. And I look for problems. I did not see any. So the geo report that was provided by Brian Ward is not a report at all. It asks for some monitoring, which is not, while demolition is occurring, I don't believe that's within our purview. It's not within the guidelines. So with respect to that, that's something that should be addressed to the planning department. For all of those reasons, the categorical exemption in this case applies, and there is no need to go further into an initial study or further process of CEQA for those reasons and as set forth in the various reports.
Great, great comments. Thank you. And I can echo what my board members have said. I just like to add a few conditions of approval. We'd like to have a geotechnical indicators installed so that when the pool, if the pool ever does start to come to fruition, that there are, is that what they're called? Geo indicators? If the home surrounding become,
There is leak detection equipment that could be installed for the pool on the bluff, or you could be referencing the request by the neighbor, which was
Brian
for
Ward.
vibration monitoring.
The
Do we
vibration
have
monitoring.
authority
So
to condition that?
can we just memorialize this, what Brian Ward said?
We've traditionally addressed this is just encourage that the building official encourage the monitoring.
Don't make it a condition.
I'm afraid that we're going to get all sorts of requests for every project, and I don't know what these things are needed. I'm not an expert in that area.
In order to impose a condition for that condition, we would have to have evidence in the record that demonstrates that there is a need for the condition in order to establish a nexus. So
Well,
based
how
on
about-
what I heard,
How about the houses being on top of the cliff, at the cliff, and built when they were built, when construction zoning wasn't caissons? I doubt that house, what is it? 9 Lagunita and 7 Lagunita. I doubt they have the same caissons that they would be required to have today.
they may not, but the geotechnical report that we have from the site that is in your staff report doesn't indicate that there are any conditions on the site that would necessitate further study. If there is, some other evidence that suggests that those properties would be impacted, then we might be able to build that case, but I don't know that you have that evidence before you
Okay,
right now.
so we can't make that a condition of approval?
I would say without the evidence, we can't make that a condition of approval because we
Okay.
need to be able to demonstrate that there's a nexus between the exaction and the impact. And we don't know that there is an impact.
Okay.
But the building official would imply, would evaluate that. and
Absolutely.
Apply the proper building process.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And this request for this monitoring equipment can be passed along to the building official. And if they feel like it's necessary, they have the ability to require it.
Yeah, I'd like to make that request. And then are we making a condition of approval, revising section 2, findings 7 and 16? I have that in my notes.
Yeah, so you'll just direct staff to reflect your dialogue tonight when we have the resolution finalized for those 2 findings.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to have a condition of approval for a proper staging plan. I don't know how code enforcement went down there and didn't find violations because I've been dealing with not 8 Rockledge specifically, but Rockledge since 2018. It's horrific. That house has been in construction, or to some degree, there's been construction and a lot of cars parking there illegally. And there's a fire hydrant. 7 Rockledge, their driveway has been impeded, and also 9 Rockledge. So it's constant. Every single time I've been down there, those driveways are blocked off. So if we can do a condition of approval that the applicant drop off whatever materials that they need to drop off, but they need to park on Coast Highway.
So usually construction staging and construction management is also handled by the building official. We do have a condition of approval that you could consider applying that basically just requires a construction staging plan will be submitted to the building official for review and approval.
And to have it abide by the rules of Rockledge HOA. They have rules on this.
I don't know that we as the city can condition that.
Okay.
Well, just leave it as a recommendation.
Chair, this came up maybe about 6 months ago on staging plans. I am in favor of staging plans, requiring it like you suggest where we see a problem. And I agree with you on this one, there is a problem. Where there's a particular need to have a staging plan that the board believes should be made as a condition, I think we should do it because it's important to the neighbors and to the safety of the community, and not leave it to staff where we think it rises to our level. So I would support your condition.
So if you look at the screen, we do have a, sorry about that. We do have a condition of approval for you to consider that has been reviewed by our building official, has some standard language in it, addresses the fact that they would want to submit, they would need to submit a construction staging plan. So if you look at paragraph 1, 2, 3, fourth, the fourth.
Prior to the issuance of a building permit.
We should change may to shall.
It says prior to the issuance of a building permit, a
Oh, no,
construction
no,
staging
no.
plan
wait, I'm
shall be
sorry.
submitted
I
to the
looked
building
1, 2,
official.
3, 4. Wait, I read the wrong one. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
seeing it. Am I missing fourth
Yeah.
paragraph?
It's on the screen. It's on the other screen. It's the third one. The project shall be required to
Look
comply.
at the paragraph with the hyperlink.
Oh, prior
Shall
to
be
the
s-
issuance.
Okay,
of
yeah,
the
I'm good with
permits.
that. That's
Okay,
good.
I'm good with that as well.
Okay, great.
Chair, I'll move item number 5.3 at 8 Rockledge Road, to approve, design review 24-0285 and resolution, coastal development permit 24-0284, for the project for modifications to a previously approved, landscape plan, new pool, spa, deck, hardscape, and landscape. And to accept the applicant's conditions as submitted in their letter on April 24th, 1 through 14, and then the second page in the email,
Email.
and that be incorporated into its record.
And modification to condition number 1 to also reference the plan submitted on April 24th.
And I'll accept that as well.
And as long as it includes the coastal commission requirements of the removal of the wall and the guardrail.
That was,
Yes, on
That
sheet
was in
A
there.
1.1.
Yeah,
Yes.
that should be in the motion too.
okay. So I'll accept that as well.
Good job at Lewis.
It's a team effort every time, right?
Second.
Horst, you good with that?
No, we don't care what he has. to say. All right, I'll second.
Ms. Dulalia, can we get the roll? Vote? Yeah, thank you.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Well,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes,
It's 5-0 vote for conditional approval.
thank you. Well done. Thanks. All right. So next up, we have 5.4 located at 1955 San Remo Drive. Do we have the applicant team? Short break? Yes. Well, yeah, no, it doesn't take that long. By the time he gets up
She'll
here.
talk slow and he's
Okay,
quick.
we'll take a 5-minute break.
5 minutes, sorry.
5 minutes. Come on. So we'll come back at 6:40. Okay. Do we have the applicant? Oh, yes. Okay, hi. Please take your positions. Do we have ex parte?
Chair, I met with the property owner on site, and then I did meet with Gordon, spoke with Larry Noakes this time and when it was noticed in February.
Yes, and I met on site with Mr. Shasemi, and I also spoke with Larry Noakes and with Gordon on the phone on a conference call.
Chair, I met with the owner, Aria Saif, I believe, and I met with Gordon Osborne at the site.
And Chair, I met with Gordon Osborne, and is that the right last name? Oh. What? Oh, I didn't meet with Gordon. I met with this gentleman right here. Okay, the owner. Oh, we walked up to Gordon Osborne. Got it. Sorry. I'm still learning.
I
And
met
that-
with you, and then when I was leaving, I ran into her
Oh, and
and I took her up to your back.
So you gave me the wrong name. I blame him. But I met them and I also walked up to the Osborne home to take a look and, yeah, that's it.
Well, I didn't get to meet with anybody. I've received no invitations, but I did have a site visit and that's my ex parte. Mr. Latham, are you doing the,
Yes, I'll be
Staff?
doing all the presentations here on out.
okay, wonderful.
So
I
item,
sound excited about that.
do I sound excited or no? Okay. Well, here we go. Item 5.4 is design review and variance request for a project at 1955 San Remo Drive. The project site is located in the Temple Hills neighborhood. The project includes upper level additions, new windows and doors, elevated decks, landscaping, and a variance request to exceed the maximum building site coverage. This project was scheduled for the February 8th, 2024 Design Review Board meeting. Due to the discrepancy between the staking plan elevations and the proposed roof elevations, staff recommended a continuance. The applicant reviewed the topography survey and made corrections to the proposed plans. The applicant has since lowered the height of the roof by approximately 1 foot since the previous proposal and has eliminated the entry feature over the front door. Staff previously heard from neighbors citing view equity concerns, but has not heard since the project was restaked and lowered in height. As noted in the staff report, staff recommends the board consider the height and placement in relation to view equity for the proposed strawberry trees, and we recommend approving the project. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. The floor is yours, 5 minutes.
You. Good evening, board members and city staff. I'm Mehdi Gassemi, the designer of the project, and we're doing the addition to the existing house, less than 50% of the existing, and in the latest design, we have 1 feet and 10 inches lower than the highest point of the existing house. So Daniel, could you please show the A1 slide? Yeah, at the first step, we designed the 2-story houses on this lot. And as you can see, and then we moving forward and change something on that. Could you please show A2, please? And this is A2, so this is the second design of the house. And we never submitted these designs because the owner talked with the neighbors, and he decided to bring the stories down to 1 story, and we changed it to the 1 story with 894 square footage addition with the rooftop. So could you please the next slide, A3? Yeah. This is a third design with the 894 square foot addition and the rooftop deck with the 10 inches lower than existing highest point. And then we're going forward, and the planning department suggested removing the rooftop and eliminate the rooftop of the entrance. So at the next slide, yeah, finally we have this one. We're changing the all roof to the flat roof, and the floor to the ceiling is 11 foot, because in the half of the floor area we have a two stage, and is a 3 foot difference. So there is no, all the floor area is not 11 feet. So 50% of that is 8 feet, and then the living room and the kitchen is 11 feet. So this design, the highest point of the existing is 642 feet and 4 inches, and this design is 640 feet and 6 inches. So we are going down to 1 feet and 10 inches less than existing highest point. So that's, if you want to add something.
Yes, so originally, Arya Safe, the owner, originally when we started, I talked to all the neighbors. I wanted to do a 2-story, and everyone said we are going to block their views. So I changed it to 1 story. We wanted to have a rooftop too, as Mehdi said, because of the neighbors' concern, and we talked to the city. We eliminated the roof deck as well. We had the front door that was a little bit to the side of the house. We also eliminated that as well. And by the recommendation of the city, we lowered the roof 1 foot as well. The issue that I have in my house, it's a 2-level house. So yes, and it's on the slope. So we cannot break the slope and go down. So 11-foot ceiling is only in one area. Half of the house, even with 11-foot ceiling, has only 8-foot ceiling. If we lower that, then it's going to be less than 8 foot. And it's not a big project. The whole square footage that we are adding is around 800 square foot. And I did my best to come up with something to consider all the neighbors as well. That's why I made so many changes to the plan that we had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any members? Oh, so we are open public. I'll remember to do it before they speak. Any members of the public willing to speak on this project? Mr. Noakes.
Yes, good evening.
Nice to
Chair.
see you again.
It's nice to see you,
Been
and
a little
I'm
bit.
sorry that you didn't get an invitation. I think we got goofed up by the continuance last time, and Gordon had sent out an invitation to everybody, and then when that got continued, I'm not sure that those invitations were issued. So my apologies. Daniel, could you please pull up sheet A 2.1 of the plan? Because there are a couple of things that were mentioned today that are concerning to me. First of all, these representations, these elevations that were shown to you of this monster house that was designed, and then there was supposedly meeting with the neighbors and he throttled that plan back. That never happened. These plans were never presented to the neighbors as anything. The only thing we've seen is what's staked there now. And that's what has been contested by Mr. Osborne and his family since the very beginning. And the applicant's attitude was, we'll just go to design review and see what they say. So it's one thing to say, okay, I had designed the Empire State Building to go next door to you, but now I've got this nice little subtle 2-story house that I want to put here, and look how much I've cut off of this. That is just fiction. That didn't happen. On sheet, is this A 2.1, I believe? Can you go to the top? You can see the existing roof line. Now, the applicant has said that, well, gee, We've taken, the highest point of the roof used to be 642, and now I've taken the whole thing down to 640. Well, you can see where the 642 is in the roof element that's being removed. But the entire straight line roof running out towards San Remo Street is now at 640. That's only 2 feet lower, but it's actually at the leading edge of the roof line that affects my client's view, several feet higher and several feet out toward the street. And that's the element of the house that is just absolutely killing the Orsborn view from their backyard that they've enjoyed since they've owned the house. Now, I understand that a view from a backyard might not be considered a ceremonial view or a primary view, but it's a view that's enjoyed, and it's a view that's consistent with the pattern of development, and it's a view that's really neighborhood compatible. And all we're asking is that they take that front element of the house, the 15 feet closest to the Orsborn house, pull back that overhang, that eave that's at 640 feet, drop it down a couple of feet so that it slopes down so that they can now continue to see the Hotel Laguna, the city lights, Main Beach, and so that view is not lost on them. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope some modifications can be made to save those views.
Thank you, Mr. Noakes.
Thank you, Daniel.
Anyone else like to speak on this project?
Thank you, members of the Design Review Board. Larry articulated most of our family's concerns very succinctly. I would just say that in broad strokes, I'm very supportive of our friends and neighbors improving their properties in ways that work for themselves and their families. I would just ask that they would do so with fair consideration for the neighbors and families that surround them. When we first started talking with Mr. Safe about this project, we made very clear, look, we're supportive in general of what you want to do. But at the same time, we'd ask for your assistance in compromising so that we're able to maintain the most cherished view that our family enjoys from the most cherished location on our property. And he assured me that that would be something that they would be agreeable to. And that just wasn't the case. And so the frustration occurred when we saw the stakes go up, and that's what we've had to rely on for the last X number of months. And as Larry articulated, if they would just compromise with us and pitch the roof and along the approximately 10 or 15 lineal feet closest to our home, then our cherished view would be preserved and his square footage would be intact as well. The notion that, well, the roof is actually lower by X number of feet than the highest point of the property right now, while true, it's actually adversely impacting our view because it extends out further, thusly cutting off our iconic views of the Hotel Laguna, Main Beach, and the downtown cityscape. And I must say that when we purchased the property back in 2019, that's the first place we gravitated to, and that's what we were looking at when we made our ultimate decision to make the acquisition. So again, we want to see Mr. Safe be successful with his improvements. We would just ask for that modest compromise and modification of his plans.
Thank you. Any other members of the community want to speak on this project? Or do you have questions of the applicant or the speakers? Rebuttal, yeah, 3-minute rebuttal.
Thank you very much. With respect to Mr. Larry, I have never seen him in my life. I have the group text between the neighbors since I started the designs, and I can bring signature from other neighbors that we wanted to start with the 2-story. I have never talked to him, so I'm not sure why he says that I never wanted to do a 2-story. It's the first time I see him. I'm trying my best to do what is good for everyone. I love Gordon as much. He's a very good neighbor. What he's asking us, if we lower the roof, as he says, when we go down towards the street, my roof would be less than 7 foot. Technically, that would be unlivable space for me, and I'm going to lose around 200 square foot of that space. And the addition is not a big addition to lose 200 square foot. I'm doing my best to make sure everyone is happy, and any suggestions or compromises by the board is welcome, and we are willing to go with it. And what I told Mr. Gordon, let's go to the board and see what they suggest for us. It's not that I'm trying to disrespect or block anyone's view. We are doing our best to be cooperative with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, do we have any questions of the applicant?
I just have one. In terms of the demo of the roof, is the whole existing roof coming off and you're rebuilding a new roof? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I just have one quick question. The height of the differentiation, we saw that large cement blocking inside. Is that throughout the whole back of the house there or just in sections of the house?
No, the whole back of the
Okay,
house.
thank you.
Board questions? No? Okay. Public comment is over. We are now going into board discussion. Or not?
Yeah, just close the public hearing, even though public comments over.
Oh, okay. We are closing the public comments, hearing, and their hearing.
Going to board deliberation and
So
discussion.
technical. Okay,
Chair.
board.
I think this is a really careful design and it's really simple in nature. I know you started with some pretty big ambitions, rooftop deck, and had you brought those forward to the board, we would have probably thrown the book at you because a couple of those components just aren't clear. So I'm glad you worked with staff and tried to get a few more things done. And then recognizing that there were some issues in February, chose to make some changes. And so I applaud you guys for really trying to work with neighbors and try to come up with some subtle designs that work for you and for the neighbors. In general, the additions are reasonable. But I think I would like to see you guys take another look at the roof. And I think you're thinking about it in a kind of a very symmetrical way. And I think to maybe give you a chance to kind of explore some more options might be beneficial for both the neighbors and for your project. Given that the nature of your house steps higher in the back, when I'm walking the site, I think you have more room to raise that back part up and slant your roof diagonal forward. But you have more, and I don't know how you do it, but I think you can get those higher ceilings that you want, but you can also be balanced with what the neighbor needs, especially on the one side. But I think there's just some careful redesign that you could look at that would give us that option and everybody leaves really happy. And I kind of like to see that because I think you can raise that back part up. So you could have like a 9, maybe 10-foot ceiling in the back part of the bedrooms, which would give you ceiling fans and a few more things versus an 8-foot ceiling. And then bring it down lower on the front, maybe not the whole thing, but at least try to accommodate the sides, give it a little more articulation because you really are a box on a box with a flat roof. So, and it does have some elements of charm. I'm not going to throw that out the window, but I think you guys could get a little more creative and give it a little bit more articulation, a little more pizzazz that would fit and accompany the neighborhood a little bit more. Cause there are some eclectic homes and there's some aged homes in there. And I know you really need to clean this house up. So I'd like to see you try to work on some of that and see what we can kind of come up with, because I think you're so close and we're just, I think you were capped in how you guys were thinking of trying to solve the problem. But I think I just sent some pictures to staff so they can have them from the neighbors. It's just maybe take another look. And I think you'll end up with a better outcome by taking another week or two, and we'll get you back here as soon as possible. But I'd like to see you try to get that. I mean, this is from the higher deck where there really isn't that much obstruction. And then the lower deck's got a little bit, and that's what he's trying to preserve, which is some of the iconic stuff of looking at the horseshoe of Laguna Beach, the iconic Hotel Laguna. And there's some core things that he's looking at. I wouldn't say this view needs to be preserved in its complete totality, because as you move around the yard, there is availability for this view. But I think in just coming up with a little more careful design, everybody leaves much happier. And I think you could have a better project for it. So I'm supportive of kind of a continuance, but I'm open to hearing how the fellow board members feel about the project.
I ask a question before I say my remarks or no?
Technically, public comments over.
Oh, no, of the applicant, no.
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask something is in regard to that suggestion. Was there a reason that you didn't look at the articulating the roof that way? You know, you might have a design aesthetic or a purpose.
We did. We thought if we take the roof higher in the back, it might block the neighbor behind us. Then we get a complaint from there. And we would come back over here with the same issue.
That's why we keep in the 8 feet from floor to.
And they're much higher that I think, like, if you go up 2, 3, or 4 feet in the back farthest to slant a roof down so it follows the hillside, that view impact is nothing.
Yeah.
But adding a whole second story like your original plan, that would have been problematic. But you have that availability because even where your roof is now on that back, you're not even at grade at the bottom of their lot.
It's all about the angles.
Can I add something for?
Yeah.
In order to go down, like they said, we have to have the roof higher in the back, then go down. Then it's gonna have the same issue probably with the back neighbor, because if we keep it like this and go down, then again, our roof would be 7 foot. We have to bring it up. So when it comes down, it's at least 8 foot. Then this has to be higher.
And that's where my
than what
suggestion's
it
kind of
is.
coming from is like, go back to the drawing board, take a quick look, and you guys come up with a solve. And if you can't solve it, then you come tell us they can't solve it that way. But I'm open to seeing a higher roof in the back of that property and a lower one in the front.
We work on.
Yeah,
You could chop it.
but again,
Yeah, I'm not there. I walked the property, in addition to the tour and the neighbor's property. And you could do a lot of worse things with this than what you've offered. I mean, I think what you're offering here is not a significant increase in square footage to a house that seriously needs to be remodeled. The front of the house is where you have your view, and you're not overdoing the front of the house. So the question is, and this is the balancing that I went through, and I don't think it was an easy balancing. And I think, and I totally respect what Board Member Weil says, because he's doing the balancing and wants to see if there's a middle ground. I would normally encourage that, but I'm balancing what is an important feature of your house against essentially a view equity issue. And the view equity issue here, I just don't see a justification to require you to go down a rabbit's hole to try to come up with a solution for Mr. Osborne's view that's being impacted. It's a small grass area that's not a primary view, as Mr. Noakes said. And I mean, it's not even a sitting area there. I mean, it's basically people go out and stand there. Inside the house is a much better view of that from beautiful windows. Now, it's a small deck, and you could go out on the deck, but if you want to have a group of people see this view, they can see it from the living room rather than go off to a little grass area. And so, and it'd be interesting to hear what board members said. I mean, if the board decides to have you go back and see if you can do something to give them a little bit more view from this little grassy area, then, hopefully you guys can resolve it. But I just don't see the balancing leaning that way. I don't see a significant view equity issue, and I don't think that grass area is a driver to require you to seriously modify your house. So I would approve the project as is.
Can I, Chair? I'm in agreement with you, Board Member Gibbs. I was just curious to just address Lewis's remarks. When I went and walked the property to your neighbors, I don't know if it's Orsburn or something, I'm not pronouncing it wrong, I'm sorry. I saw, I stepped up into their pool area adjacent. They have a little sitting area, which is lovely stone, which is a wonderful view. It doesn't appear that they'll be impinged with your build at all with that. There was a lower grassy area that there is sort of a sitting area-ish that looked like a great place to hang out as well, but there was a lot more space, a beautiful pool. I didn't get to go inside, but my assumption looking from the outside, the view was spectacular. So it was a very small portion of the backyard that was impacted, partial view impact, that I don't think warrants you having to readjust. You've, I think, been waiting a while and been trying to get this moving. And I think the overall look of your architecture is definitely in keeping with the design integrity of the neighborhood. The articulation's great, access is good. I need to take a quick look at your landscaping, but I think otherwise, I could get behind this project tonight.
Thank you.
Yes, I think this is a very modest ask. And I think that you've worked well. You've lowered it another foot from the last. I wasn't here the first hearing, but walking the property, I think that view equity has been achieved from that grassy area. I mean, I'm pretty short, so I might not be able to see the Hotel Laguna, but I think that, and certainly sitting down in that grassy area from your neighbors, you lose it. But I think that, again, we're talking about view equity, not necessarily view preservation. So I do think that that you've worked hard to compromise. And I think that the one area that I have a little concern with, and we had discussed on site, although the neighbors behind you, it appears it's almost a complete story above you, and that there had been some complaints regarding, a 4-foot fence, and then they saw your house and whatnot. And I think that, I think you should take a look at your landscape plan regarding the trees, as staff had mentioned, because those could grow quite tall. But I think that, again, it's not necessarily view preservation, but I think you should take a look at that both from your privacy perspective and from your neighbors as well, with regard to the landscape and your fencing behind you. So I would support a continuance if that's what you want to do to work those out, or if you want to work it out with staff. I'm also fine with that.
Okay. Well, I didn't get to take in the view impact, but I respect the comments that were made. I typically stand in the position of big views like that to be protected from primary living spaces and enjoyment. From what I've heard from the other board members, you've achieved view equity. So I will support that. The articulation of the roof, it would be nice to have it have more appeal, design appeal, articulation. I can support this project this evening, but if it does get continued, I'd love for you to take a look at the roof, see if you could, the compromise of raising it in the back. And then I think in one of your proposals that you had shown, you had articulation in the roof, and then you had a skyline, or where you could add a skylight, maybe incorporating that. So I could support the project this evening as it is, but if it does come back, I'd love for you to take a look at that roof and make it more interesting.
Can I ask the applicant a question in light of your comment? Would you prefer to have I think you'll get approval potentially tonight. Do you want a continuance to do an improvement, including raising the back of the roof? Okay. In light of that, I'm ready to make a motion. All right, I move that the board approve design review 23-1429 for an upper level addition, new windows and doors, elevated deck, landscaping, and a variance 240368 to exceed the maximum building site coverage and finding said action is exempt from CEQA and state CEQA guidelines under 15301, based on the staff report. Real quick, I'm going to check the resolution. And that we approve the resolution, including the findings made therein and an attached Exhibit A and Exhibit B.
I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Lalia, please call the vote.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
I'm sorry to interrupt the
Yes.
vote. I'm so sorry. Did we need to add anything for the landscaping condition on the back, or did we just want to say work it out for staff? Work it out with staff.
I think we work it out with staff. I asked,
Okay.
well, yeah, I think we have it work out with staff, and I would not make it a condition.
No recommendations on the height of the vegetation.
No. We don't have anything before us right now, including on heights and limits, unless, actually, I should
There
defer to
are-
you.
Well, I,
Raise the issue.
well, I raised the issue. I'm just not sure I knocked on the door of your neighbor behind you and no one was there. So I wasn't able to get a feeling for how high that height restriction might need to be. So I'm not comfortable giving a height restriction, but I think that staff is certainly more familiar with the project. And I do think that there could potentially be a concern. So as staff noted, so I think that I would leave it to staff
So
if
why
we
don't,
can do that.
And they could
can we
file a
make it a
hedge claim.
condition that applicant work with staff to, on height limitations if necessary to the landscaping in the backyard to avoid any view impacts for the houses up above? Does that work?
Well, wouldn't they just do a hedge claim?
It's just really the heavy, I can't even say it, the ATB VEAR, the one that can get
It's
30
the-
feet, right?
The strawberry tree.
It's just the strawberry tree.
Well, the strawberry trees can only get 15 feet, but the last one can get 30 feet by 30 feet. Or 30 inches. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
30 inches.
but the other two are 18 feet.
It'd be good if we could come up with
Ceanothus-
height limitations now, and then we solve the
So
problem.
maybe 10 feet. I don't know.
Yeah, 10 feet.
Blanket the roof,
Yeah, but let's make it roof height,
roof,
no higher than the roof.
I mean,
Well, a little higher.
No, the
than
roof
to
height's only
blanket the
like
height.
7 feet or,
Yeah.
maybe not to exceed 5
You
feet
guys are
from
the
the roof.
landscapers, so
I don't,
I'm not a landscaper, but
Let's let them work it out with staff.
let's let them work it out with staff, but it's so that it doesn't
it out, Dan.
impact views.
We can work it out, but it should be noted that the rear property line is the same height as the proposed roof. So
Maybe if we
Yeah, see,
have a
that's-
maybe if we have a suggestion just to not have the
trees.
strawberry tree or the wild lilac or the plum on that rear property line, maybe they propose some other plants in that general area.
That's a good idea. I think, and in for a rear property line, a fence can be up to 6 feet high, correct?
Yes.
So maybe nothing higher than 6 feet, I think might be
Across the
reasonable.
rear property line.
Across the rear property
Okay.
line.
When you saw
I-
this,
I
this
think
is
that's
all
excellent.
this is all existing, right? And the home behind them has been there and have they reached out or did they make any?
Not to me.
They
no.
haven't, but I think this is appropriate,
Okay.
it's landscaping. So what will you say what the,
good one.
yeah,
Yeah. Up to 6, yeah, and nothing higher than 6 feet on the rear property line, I think might be a reasonable compromise.
I'm good with that. I added to the motion.
Yeah,
so we-
let's just make it clear that we're amending the motion.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we'll restart the process.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I need a second. I've amended my motion with what Board Member Neve just said about the 6 inches, or excuse me, 6 feet maximum height of landscaping at the rear of the yard.
I'll second that amended motion.
Okay, vote.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes, for the reasons of what my board members have discussed, and that the project is design review criteria compatible, and that the view equity was minimal or had no impact to a degree. And my comments earlier were more for the spirit of collaboration.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve?
Yes.
And Chair Gannon?
Yes.
It's a 5-0 vote for conditional approval.
Thank you.
Marvelous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next project is 10 Camel Point Drive. This will be continued, but we will open the floor to public comments. Is that right?
Let me just, for the record, in the interest of disclosure, even though the project is being continued, I did meet with Lorna Williams and Catherine and Noble, because Lorna had flown all the way down here from Santa Rosa and may not be able to fly back.
Yes.
So I wanted that noted for the record.
And I did the same.
Same, and got an earful from Steve Coratani.
Oh, yeah. And I spoke with Steve Coratani on this project.
Yes, I spoke with Steve Coratani as well.
Okay. So we don't need to have a staff presentation, right? Just open it to the public.
Here's prerogative. You can skip the
We
staff
can skip staff.
presentation.
So this is agenda item 5.5, located at 10 Camel Point Drive. This will be continued, but do we have anyone from the public that would like to speak on this project? 10 Camel Point Drive. Oh, hello, ladies.
Oh, you're here. Oh, I
Oh,
wouldn't
you
have
can
had to
only
wait this long.
You can only, but they can only speak to the continuance? Can they speak to the project?
No, they can speak to the project.
Oh.
That's why we're opening up the public hearing so that people that showed up tonight can actually speak. They were coming expecting to speak tonight. We'll hold their comments, and that's why we hold the public hearing open, because any comments that are submitted between now and when you close the public hearing at the continued date, all of that becomes a part of the record for this matter.
Oh, well,
That's new. That's new.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, it's
Just been doing it
it's new clarification for us.
you have the
The
floor.
board has not done that in the past, but if we
Welcome.
want to
No, keep coming.
to
You're
open
yeah.
that up
yeah.
in the future, that's good to know.
You have 3
Yes,
minutes.
so the law would allow for members of the public who came to speak on the item tonight to lodge their comments tonight.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Actually, my name is Lorna Williams. I'm one of the owners at 4 Camel Point Drive, which is adjacent to the proposed property. I really wasn't expecting to talk tonight. I just wanted to get an overview of what's going on at these hearings. I own the property along with my sister Catherine Noble and brother Eric Noble. We actually had 4 major concerns regarding the property. The first had to do with access. The building is a major remodel. It's over 50% the size and an upper level. And it's requiring the occupancy is increased. And I'm concerned about access to the property. There is questions about the variance in the back. A garage is right there on Pacific Coast Highway. And I'm concerned about the access of people going in and out of that garage. It's very dangerous. Oh, good, you're here. The second is mass and structure. When you take a look at the proposed height of the building, it's very tall. And it's very tall. There's very little articulation to it. Also, there is the concern about privacy to the building. When you take a look at the building, there's 4 windows of the applicant's building that actually face down into our windows. Well, I just want to say, my name is Catherine.
You guys have to speak separately. One
Oh,
moment.
okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Let me just, sorry.
Take your time. We've got
Okay.
time.
Take my breath, okay. Okay, you walk down Camel Point Drive and you take a look in terms of compatibility. Most of the houses there are maybe 1 level. You can't tell, they're very mass in structure, but when you take a look at these homes, You don't see how big they are. With the home that is being proposed right now, it's quite large and kind of different from the neighborhood. So that is another issue that we have. I'll let my sister speak now, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
I want to say that we want to work with the person who is building it and Steve. We have addressed that and we're starting to process that with them. So I want you to know that we are in, we want to be appropriate. We want to be cooperative with the building plans. So I just want to, these are our concerns. We did send out a notice to Danielle and they got the concerns. And these are things that we are addressing with them currently. So I appreciate it.
Beautiful, perfect. That was well spoken
Thank you.
from both of you.
Good job.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience like to speak about 10 Camel Point Drive? Anyone? Nope. Okay, well, that closes the public
No,
hearing.
no.
Oh.
Keep the public hearing open.
Public hearing's open. I'm just
Yes.
kidding.
Keep the public hearing open because we are continuing to a date certain.
Oh.
Per the continuance memo that is
Yes.
posted in the agenda materials. And I think we also need to let the record reflect that Board Member Coveney has recused herself from consideration of this item.
She's within the noticing.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Do we have a motion? What's the date? What's the date
I got it.
continued?
Motion to continue item number 5.5 at 10 Camel Point to May 23rd, 2024. And let staff note that we did receive some public comments, and if you can update the few folks on the date. When it's
We will
coming.
send out an email.
An email.
Yes, thank you.
That's it.
Second.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon. The 4-0 vote to continue to May 23rd.
This is 31558 Catalina Avenue. This is item number 5.6. Do we have ex parte?
Yes, I visited the site with Mr. Skandarian, and I also visited the neighbor, the Knots, and the neighbor on the other side, and I have forgotten their names.
Stein Mork,
More Stein, yes.
or Stein Mork, I'm sorry.
Stein Mork, yes. Thank you.
All right, Chair, I met with Todd Skadarian at the site, and I met with Brian Knott and viewed Stein Mork's property, but did not meet with him.
Okay. And I had a site visit with Todd Skadarian.
I had a site visit with Todd Skadarian. I met with Kathleen and Brian Knott, and Mr. Knott took me up to Mr. Mork's house, if I'm saying that right.
Met with Todd Skandarian on the site and made some phone calls to the neighbors.
Mr. Latham, would you like to give a staff presentation?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Gannon.
Thank you.
Item 5.6 is design review, coastal development permit and revocable encroachment permit at 558 Catalina Avenue. One moment. The project site is located in South Laguna on a vacant lot. The proposed project includes a new single-family home with an attached two-car garage, an in-ground spa, elevated deck area totaling 325 square feet, a detached pergola. A landscape plan is proposed for the entire property, and it includes 192 cubic yards of fill for the project. An RAP is requested for improvements in the public right-of-way, including the public parking space. Staff has received public commentary regarding privacy, massing, and neighbor compatibility, and that those letters have been forwarded to the board for their review. Staff is recommending that the board adopt a resolution to approve this new single-family home and a revocable encroachment permit. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the public hearing is declared open. Okay.
Thank
Todd,
you.
5 minutes.
I'm Todd Skandarian, architect for the Steinke family. Tina Steinke is with us here this evening. As staff mentioned, this is a proposal for a new 2,372 square foot house on a vacant lot. We do have additional program that includes the connecting terrace, the cabana, the spa at the rear of the property, hardscaping and softscaping, and then of course the decking in the front. I wanted to mention several massing considerations that were made as a part of the design process. And if staff could bring up my first slide. Thanks, Daniel. So a couple of things to point out here. You have Catalina Avenue on the left. The rear of the property is on the right. That orange shaded area, that's entirely a single story element along the north side of the property. It's actually around 2/3 of our program. As we look at the gray shaded area, that's our sole 2-story element for the project. That includes the garage underneath, and then of course a bedroom up above. That's about 1/3 of our program. I also wanted to point out the yellow shaded area. So that's the developable area between our front facade, which as you can see steps back as it extends up towards Steon's house. Steon, of course, is uphill on the left side of the Steinke property. And you can see the 20-foot setback noted there from the front property line. So at the lower portion of the lot where our garage is, we're 22 feet. As you extend up to the midsection, we're 26 feet. And as you extend further towards the upper portion of the property, we're 37 feet. So again, we've got a 20-foot setback. We're 17 feet in addition to that. And all of this was driven in consideration of Steon's downward Catalina Avenue view. The last item I want to point out here is the green shaded area. That's our outdoor terrace area. The terrace was designed to provide the Steinkes with some additional program that wasn't interior area, it wasn't enclosed area, it wasn't conditioned area. Again, we only have 2,372 square feet. So we made the determination early on that from a massing perspective, this terrace would be more appropriate than if we were to pursue a 2-story addition in that area behind the garage, or even a single-story addition in that area. So that was done for massing consideration and in consideration of the Knott family next door. Daniel, if we could advance to the next slide. Thank you. So this slide shows just a couple of more massing considerations. You see our 2 and 12 roof pitch throughout. Very shallow roof in this neighborhood in contrast to the neighbors on either side who might have 3 and 12 or 4 and 12 pitch. We also have a hip style roof around our perimeter. So all of our roof planes extend from the perimeter of the house back towards the center. Another massing consideration to keep things open, keep them low. And again, that's in contrast to the neighbors on either side who have gable type roofs where you don't have that layback from the interior property line. The last element on this exhibit is the red line. So we snapped the dash red line, which is the height string line envelope established by the properties on either side. As you can see, we're within that. And then as you look further, you see the black dash line, which is our overall building height, and we're considerably below that. Thank you, Daniel, for that slide. As a part of our neighborhood outreach, we met with the Knott family next door, downslope of our property. We came up with 4 mitigation measures that I wanted to introduce here. The first one is that we would propose to remove the cabana from the terrace. The second mitigation measure is we would increase the setback for the terrace from 6 feet to 7 feet 6 inches. So there's a further 18-inch offset that gives the Knott family more relief there. The third mitigation measure is to drop the terrace by 15 inches. And our last measure was simply to continue the proposed cactus screen that we have proposed towards the front of the property and extend it down towards the rear so that it overlaps with the olive trees. That'll provide the Knott family with more screening, more softening, and some vegetation to look at. We also introduced are introducing two mitigation measures for Steon upslope. The first one's relatively simple. We have a entry window and we have a living room window, both that face his living room window. We've offered to texture the glass in those two windows. And then our last measure for Steon was to drop the entire single-story portion of the house. That's that orange area you saw shaded in the exhibit by 18 inches. So that would preserve his horizon slot view from his kitchen, which is his secondary view, and it would further, and I believe more importantly, further enhance his downward Catalina Avenue view from his living room. That is our project, and I can turn it back over to the board.
All right. I'm at a loss for words. Can anyone from the audience like to speak on this project? Come on up.
Hi there.
Hello.
I am Stian Mork, and I'm the homeowner immediately to the east of the project next to Tina and Brian. First of all, I want to thank you guys for taking the time to come visit. I'm sorry I couldn't be there personally. I was out of town, but Brian back here was able to take some of you at least to show you around. Thank you so much for that. I've lived in Laguna since the 80s, and I've owned my home since 2000. And I have to tell you, I appreciate your role in helping create harmony and just make our city a better city. I know it's a challenging process oftentimes, but I do appreciate the work that you guys do. Today, Todd came to me with a proposal to drop the project 18 inches from the proposed plans that you've seen. And he assured me on that call today that I will have my horizon and Catalina views preserved with this 18-inch modification, this drop. And I do appreciate the steps that Tina and Brian are taking to go in the right direction. I just have a hard time seeing what 18 inches mean. I guess I'm coming to you guys to ask you what can be done to so I can actually see and spend some time with this 18-inch drop to understand the impact it will have on my view. I have to tell you, I love your house. The design is beautiful, colors, everything is wonderful, and I can't wait for that project to be done and for you to be our neighbors. We are longtime friends, and we look forward to having you in the neighborhood. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And the answer to that is be grateful.
Good evening, board, staff. Thank you for hearing us out and all the hard work and coming out and looking at the project and phone calls. And we appreciate you guys working with us. You know, we've never met. I'm Brian. Nice to meet you. Anyway, I've met her husband, but yeah, like Stan said, the house itself, it looks good, you know, and they've worked, and Todd presented this to my wife and I yesterday, and discussed it with Tina and Brian. And we've come to a conclusion to accept the west side modifications to the project. And I think it's a win-win. Like I said, I'm here to say, go for it. On the west side, man, we're in. So thank you. Have a good evening.
Man of
I
few
love
words
it.
like
I
that.
just regret not walking over and saying hello to you. Okay. Any questions? Do you have a rebuttal for us?
Sure. Todd Skandarian, architect. I know just in the 5 or 6 meetings I had with Stian, he was looking for a little bit more. As this is a vacant lot, it's very difficult to preserve 100% of the views. We've done our best to address Stian's primary view from his living room, his secondary view from his kitchen. I'm confident the 18 inches based on some field measurements will restore that kitchen view. We're committed to the 6 mitigation measures we presented this evening. Again, this is a 2,400 square foot house. Incidentally, the average house on our side of the street is around 2,600. So we're a couple of hundred square feet under the average. We're also under the lot coverage threshold. We fit within the string line of the houses along the street. We have that tapered front yard setback that extends a depth of 37 feet. And as Brian and Stian noted, our material palette is consistent with a lot of the properties in the neighborhood. So with that, I'd like to answer any questions and turn it back over to the board.
You have questions?
I have questions.
Please. You first.
The new gets to go first. Thank you for explaining as you did, and thank you for your concessions. I think it's helpful for Mr. Knott to understand, because I don't think he understood the reason for your elevation issues, coming out with your terrace, how you explained how the garage is, and that makes sense now to him and to me. Thank you. I had a question about the height of your interior walls here of the kitchen living room area. Ground to wall connects to roof. Where are you at there? Plate height.
Yeah,
Thank
plate height in the single story portion of the project is 8'7".
Okay.
Plate height in the upper level of the 2-story portion of the project is 8'10". That more or less has the backdrop of Brian's house behind it. So dropping that, and incidentally, with the reconfiguration of the roof line for the single story, that upper level will come down by maybe 6 inches. It's not the 18 that the single story portion will come down.
Okay, and the reason your house is at this height overall, is there any way to grade it
Yes.
down?
So, yeah, I failed to mention that the 18 inches is actually, in dropping the roof line down, is 3 inches out of the roof assembly, and then it's 15 inches out of the floor. So where the finished floor elevation is positioned now will be 15 inches lower. That and the 3 inches out of the roof assembly gives us our 18 inches.
It heights remain roughly the same. You're just grading lower
Yes.
15 inches, and then you're changing the pitch down 3.
The plate line in the upper level remains the same. The plate line in the single story portion of the house is reduced by 3 inches.
Okay, and then the other thing I noticed on here was you're asking for a revocable encroachment permit. It appears that in that area, public area, you've come in and created a parking space, or am I just?
Yes, no, you're absolutely correct. We're required to do that anytime we have new development. It's part of our municipal code. So we have a parking spot right in front of the residence carved out. South of that is going to be our driveway extending into the garage. And then the other remaining features there are low walls, landscaping, and hardscaping.
But that is public parking.
It is,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, I think. And then one other question, the terrace that comes off the living room and the extension of the railing there, how far out from that door to the end to where the railing begins? I know it's 105 overall, just a general.
So that terrace extends about 10 feet from the living room towards the front of the property.
Okay, I think that's all I have. If there's no way you can lower this house a little more somehow.
We looked at that.
I mean,
and
a bigger
just-
shovel, I'm just not there, but I just.
Yeah. We looked at that and I think giving up more inches, it starts to have a greater impact on the Steinke's than it does a benefit on Steon. I think, you know, when I did my measurements out in the field, the restoration of the view from his kitchen window is 13 inches. We went 5 inches more than that, gave him 18 inches. And again, that'll just telegraph towards the front of the property and have even a bigger impact. That's where his predominance of his ocean view is down Catalina Avenue. So we did look at it, but again, it would start to have a greater impact on the Steinke's.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Is there any opportunity where the terrace is coming off the living area? Because to me, that view from the window there onto Catalina gave you more ocean. Is that coming out far? Would that give him anything to come back on that a little bit?
Because of the elevation of that, and incidentally, that terrace also, that front yard deck comes down 15 inches with the predominance of the single story
okay.
there. But pulling it back wouldn't improve his view. He looks over it. He's at a much higher elevation looking downward down Catalina Avenue.
And if it gets shrunk any lower, you'll be like in a pit. You'll
Yeah.
have two
right.
homes on each side that are going to be higher. Oh, got it.
Yep. Plus then the house looks like it's too low. It needs to be even as you go up the street.
Any other comments or not comments? We're not at comments. Any other questions, board questions of the applicant? No? Are we ready for board comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll start. I'm absolutely flabbergasted all these last minute concessions. You know, this is phenomenal. You know, we had discussions after I had met with the neighbors and, you know, I understand when you're going down with the garage, you're really restricted as far as your 10% grade and trying to, you know, work between the roof lines. And I think that you've really threaded the needle on this one. And I think you've done an excellent job in doing this. With your concessions, honestly, I don't have anything else to add other than bravo. I think you've done a great job and I can support your project with these concessions without any hesitation.
Can I go next? I want to just elaborate on a couple things. One is view equity. I went to the Stein's house, both inside and from the deck. And, you know, there's going to be a house developed on this lot and this house is very similar to the size and shape and candidly scale of the Stein's house. And so it's going to go there. And the views are going to be impacted. That's just a fact. I thought my own view was that you met view equity with the original story poles. I'm looking at a picture I took, and I probably should have sent it to you, but I didn't think it would be an issue, but it's okay. In fact, let me send it to you because I think it's important for everybody to, I don't know how quickly I can do this. Let me go on. I'll try to send it to you by other people who are giving comments and I'll come back to it. But the point is that you can see the ocean from their living room with the story poles as it exists. And, you know, it's going to have some impact. Now, with the concession of bringing it down 18 inches, it clearly meets view equity. And I think in lowering that house even more could impact what I saw because I walked up the street. The consistency on Astor where I live, there's a house across the street that went way low to preserve the view of the next door neighbor up. And it looks like it's in a hole. And so I think you're, Todd Skidarian's a great architect in town. And I think that the parameters that he's willing to go is going to maintain the attractiveness. I would be concerned if that house went any further as to whether I could support such a low house. I don't know that I could. So looking at that from the kitchen, it's not as important a view as from, I'm looking at the picture of that, as from the living room, and I see view equity achieved there as well. With respect to the backyard, I think it's consistent with the neighborhood and appropriate for the scale. I appreciate what Brian Knott said. I think I would have had a big trouble with the cabana as close to the property line as it was, so I appreciate you removing it. I am not surprised that Brian appreciates the changes. I think, again, they're compatible. They preserve privacy, consistent with that part of town. And for those reasons, I support the project tonight.
And I can support the project tonight as well. I support Board Member Gibbs' comments. I thought that I was actually surprised you came in with so many concessions because I was ready to approve it as proposed. But you're making the neighbors happy and they should be grateful. It's a win-win for everyone, and I'm ready to support the project.
And I find the project to be neighborhood compatible. And it's really nicely done, Todd. I mean, like most of your work, it's really clean. It's really considerate to the neighborhood. I think it, as Board Member Gibbs talked about, the uphill one, it really kind of models after that one. I think to the neighbor's comment about what the 18 inches does, and it's pretty significant, I think, in terms of, you know, a lot more than where I was kind of at. Because the view, I think when I toured the house uphill, the view down the street, Catalina, was much more open. There's no trees in the way, which is what we see often when we see people looking down a street, because it creates open view corridors that way. When you're looking through down the houses, there's nothing but trees, and the ocean view just isn't there. There's a lot of houses in the way, and yes, you get some skyline and that way. But where the house is now, from that main level, you see clear over that view of just the skyline and openness of the air exists. The fact that it's going to go down a little bit more than where it was staked is just it's a nice benefit. It's not something I would have asked for, because I don't like pinching plate heights much lower than 9 feet, given that I'm still the tallest board member. And with Debbie back. Sorry. So, and I think the windows opaquing those are just nice little subtle touches that create some privacy elements for both parties. And I would like to see some more trees, but I understand the challenge with the fire department. I'd encourage staff to kind of try to help find some ways we can get that done on most projects, because the lack of trees in this zone, that's the biggest neighborhood compatibility challenge. But I get it's a state law, and it's up against more challenges than we can provide now, but I'd like to see more options in the future. But with that, I think you guys have really worked with the neighbors. You've really tried to come up with a good, clean product, and I'm fully supportive of it this evening.
And I would like to comment that staff has been able to find ways around working with the fire department. So I would connect with them about that. Not working around, but working with.
Working
with the fire department.
Working collaboratively.
I don't know.
Collaboratively.
There's problem solving that's available.
I spoke. I was just asking questions. I'm good.
Okay.
I can
So we can all support? Okay.
support.
All right. Who's going to,
Oh yeah, and the one other thing we didn't mention was the REP is outlined well in the staff report, and it's consistent with the code. So I support that as well, and the CDP. For agenda item 5.6 at project location 13552, aka 13558 Catalina Avenue. Motion to approve design review 23-1344 and adopt resolution 23-1344, coastal development permit 23-1345, revocable encroachment permit 23-1347, and to approve a single-family home with attached two-car garage on a vacant lot, to accept staff's analysis of the applicant. Wait, this is written differently. Okay, that changed. To adopt the the categorical exemption to CEQA under 15303. Now I see why you passed, because it all changed. I know, I didn't look close enough, but I think that's enough. Oh, wait,
Add in
and
the
to add the
additional-
conditions that there's no cabana, that the side setback be increased to 7'6" wide. We can just state his.
You can refer to the applicant's architect's presentation for the additional conditions of approval that are proposed.
We're gonna do that.
Done. Yeah, that's I second that. With the clarification that we're approving the resolution with the attached exhibits A and B.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Tulaya.
An exemption under CEQA.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
It's a 5-0 vote for conditional approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's such an odd last name, right?
Okay. Agenda item 5.7, located at 1260 Bluebird Canyon Road. Marvelous. Board, do we have ex parte? Oi. Ex parte. Ex parte, please. Let's keep this ship rolling. Yep.
I'm getting yelled at. Met with the applicant, met with Chris Prelitz, Austin. Yeah.
I met with Chris Prelitz.
I too had a site visit, met with Chris Prelitz.
I met site visit with Austin Peters and met with Chris Prelitz.
And I had a site visit with Austin Peters and met with, is Chris the one right there at that house, right at the very?
Yeah, right.
Yes, and with Chris, yes.
Wonderful. Mr. Latham?
Thank
Staff?
you, Chair Gannon.
Thank you.
Item 5.7 is design review and coastal development permit for a project at 1260 Bluebird Canyon Drive. The project site is located in Bluebird Canyon on a vacant site. The project was last heard on October 12, 2023. And at that meeting, the design review board recommended reducing the size of the home, implementing rustic elements in the appearance that is neighborhood compatible, decreasing the impervious surface to 50%, lowering the project for view equity, implementing landscaping to hide the mass of the home, and minimizing the number of lights. The proposed project is a new single-family home with an attached two-car garage, elevated decks, pool and spa, on-street parking, grading, and landscaping. After publication of the staff report, staff received concerns regarding view equity and parking. And this is on the screen before you is the location of the pool in blue and pool equipment in green. This is the proposed parking plan for on-street parking. And here we have a table showing the 2016 approval, the previous proposal, and the current proposal next to each other. And it is staff's recommendation that the design review board approve this project. That concludes my presentation.
Great. And the public hearing is declared open. I did it in order. Well, I'm not done yet. Let me get to this whole thing. All right, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Austin Peters, the architect and owner's representative. Thank you, board members, for your feedback during the October 2023 meeting and for the helpful feedback from planning staff. Also for the opportunity to revise and present the project again. Tonight, I'll focus on the changes I made since last meeting. Daniel, could you please flip to page 1 of the presentation? So the major changes include reducing size and massing, reduced view impact, and the revised appearance. So more specifically, the garage has been moved 10 foot closer to the street, resulting in a 13-foot garage to property line setback. The garage can, well, in the upcoming view, I'll point out that garage. All program elements have been removed from the easterly half of the top floor. As a result, the top floor now only includes the garage, porch, and entry, and the building is now 2 levels at the easterly wing instead of 3. The easterly wing can also be seen on the upcoming rendering. The easterly wing has also been skewed towards the street to bring the building mass closer to the hillside. The appearance has been changed from modern to rustic by using slope-tip roofs with longer overhangs, broken down massing, stair-stepping massing, and altered materials. Materials now include shingle roofing, treated wood siding, and stone veneer. Most of the walls on the top are wood, and the stone veneer is on the bottom level. Another change is the neighborhood radius used to evaluate compatibility was reduced from about 1,500 feet to 300 feet. Home sizes in this reduced radius vary from about 900 square feet to 2,900 square feet. And as a result, the size of the proposed residence has been reduced from 4,454 square feet, as Daniel showed in his slide earlier, to 2,803 square feet. Oh, thank you, Daniel. So, oh, Michelle, thank you. We'll go back to the first one, please. So on the right-hand side, you can see the garage in the previous scheme was set back about 10 feet further. Now it's closer to the street, which reduces the height of the house relative to the hillside behind it. The left portion of the rendering here shows the skewed portion of the house that is now does not contain a top level. So the levels that you're seeing here are the middle level and the ground floor level on that left side. And you can also see how that skewed portion helps to tuck it towards the street and out of the hillside, which creates a relatively lower elevation relative to the hill. Next slide, please. So this is the roughly 300-foot radius that was used to evaluate the home size and massing and overall scale of the project. Next slide, please. This is the same information overlaid on an aerial map showing the model roof plan view on the proposed site there right in the middle. Next slide, please. These diagrams compare the proposed floor areas with the previous floor areas. The proposed are shown in color and the previous in the dash line. As you can see, the second floor has been drastically reduced. This first floor living area has been shifted to the north, which is into the hillside. The first floor deck area has been drastically reduced, and the basement floor has been reconfigured to better conceal the rear yard patio and pool. Next slide, please. So after the flagging of these changes were installed, I reached out to 2 of the neighbors in the neighborhood to the east who had expressed concerns about their views towards the rest, through the property towards the coast. They both invited me into their homes. They were both very nice so that I could see the view for myself. Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. Bottom line, I sketched out an option showing some optional roof lines here up to 2 and 3 feet. in hopes that that would help reduce their view impact. I met with them again. There was mixed results on how impactful that was, but this is an option. Let's see. In closing, if you go next slide, I did my best to address all the concerns, and I appreciate your consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. Do we have anyone in the room that would like to speak on this? Now's the time. Flip a coin. Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, yes.
My name's Herbert Glass. I live directly behind the project. Again, I'm an appraiser for 30 years, general contractor, realtor. I know view equity in Laguna Beach, minimum 10% of my value. And I've been living in that house for 23 years. My house is 458 square feet, smaller than most garages. It's the last outcropping of those eucalyptus. You got the big eucalyptus adjacent to the project, and then my 5 or 6 of them, which hold up my hill. That whole area has been so susceptible to slippage on all of that clay soil. That pool is really concerning me because now we have the enjoyment, that bucolic enjoyment of walking down Bluebird Park Canyon through there. So we're going to be looking up at all of these retaining walls for the pool, et cetera. I think the aesthetic is fine, but Peter should have came up to my house and said, "Can I see the view? What's blocking it?" Well, when on my property, the height of this project is still significantly stealing all of my view, let alone my neighbors and so forth. And the other issue is we're losing all this parking. I have one place to park my car. I can't afford a garage because I don't have the setbacks that the city will allow me. So I'm stuck in that little 458 square feet property, but it's beautiful. It's my property. It's my emotional attachment to coming home from the stress and finding my respite. Taking that view is going to impact me emotionally, not just that, but if I ever would have to sell my property, that's a significant distraction from that value. If you would lower it 5 or 8, 10 feet, I can retain my view. I think we could all live in harmony, but the parking is still an issue. If we lose those 5, 6, 8 parking stalls that are in front of that property, and they submitted that we go south of that eucalyptus tree, so what, you're going to take out 8 feet of that slope that's holding everything up, or go park in front of the little bench where the bus used to, still stops and picks up people. And then the city did that beautiful, or the Coastal Commission did that beautiful retaining wall there. Is that where they're going to park? So we're losing so much here, and I don't see how this can be reconciled between city revenue, I'm just a little bit upset about this, but I really implore all of you to take in consideration those of us who've been living there for many, many years, and this is it's a little bit in our face. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Pardon me? 1245 Bluebird Canyon. Flash. Herbert Flash.
Did you request a site visit? Because I didn't.
Yes, the last time I said, but all of you had gone over to Chris's site and saw how that was being, Mr. Prelitz's site, how that was being impacted, the whole arroyo from his perspective. I'm sitting up higher, about 10 or 12 feet.
Request a site inspection for this meeting.
Oh, from this meeting? No, I didn't.
I wasn't at the last meeting. Haven't seen your property.
I haven't either.
Well,
He sits up
boo-hoo on me.
Folks on the hill.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
would
you.
implore you guys to take that in.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Design Review Board, my name is Teresa Prelitz, a resident of Laguna Beach for the past 15 years. And I've come to you today not only as a member of our community, but as a concerned citizen that's deeply invested in the future of our cherished Bluebird Canyon. I believe we stand at a critical juncture here, And this decision could irreparably change the natural landscape that we all value there. The proposal at hand to build a large modern home completely with a built-in pool presents significant challenges that we must address collectively. The very essence of our community's beauty is characterized by these expansive ocean views available to many of us. We have a smaller view, but it's precious to us. And this project threatens to obstruct these views, undermining the natural aesthetic that has defined our area for generations. Losing this view not only affects our property, but the entire community and visitors who seek and solace with our connection with nature. Moreover, one of the things that's happening in our canyon that was mentioned by Herb is a water saturation issue. Based on all the work that's done on Bluebird Canyon, it's a beautiful, but not a really safe place to live. It's very precarious. And I'm very concerned about the heavy structure of going in, especially one with a pool that could exacerbate these risks. And I think it's essential to recognize that, even according to a cursory Google search, I found that Pools Factory, the weight of a pool can be substantial, like the average size of an elephant. And this added stress on the already vulnerable terrain can't really be overlooked. So I'm a Franklin Covey consultant, and I teach unconscious bias. And one of the things that we teach often is all or nothing thinking. And I really appreciate what Austin has done in terms of his flexibility, but I think this really needs some more time and consideration. So I propose that we take a little bit more time to rethink this project to assure that it aligns with the principle of consideration of the next 7 generations ahead, and using guiding wisdom to remind us of our responsibility, not only to our immediate needs, but those of the well-being of those who will come along after us. So I urge you to consider removing the pool to alleviate the weight burden on the terrain, preserve the ocean views that define our community's character and add to our peace of mind, and relocate the proposed parking to ensure the safety of pedestrians and their pets. And lastly, I just want to thank you for your service to our community. I know you don't get paid a lot of money, and so I appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Prelitz.
And this is Mr. Chris.
Good evening, Board. Chris Prelitz, 1215 Bluebird. I will begin where my wife ended. Thank you all so much for coming out, seeing the property, the time it took. We had a conversation before, so you know my issue. We've enjoyed a peak ocean view for 25 years, and our city's DRB guidelines emphasize the concept of view equity, which seeks to balance the preservation of existing views with the right to property development. And as a home designer builder myself, I know there's numerous ways to develop this lot while preserving peak ocean views and things. One option I mentioned to you was to swap the building with the pool so that we could look over the pool. And if we preserved our view over the pool, that pool would have the ocean view. So instead of having a deck with people on it, we could enjoy our sunset ocean views again still. I have a lot of empathy for the process and for Austin. I know it's not easy. I'm just hoping that you'll have empathy for those of us who do have these little slices of paradise that we look at every evening. And it's a magical moment when the 3 of our family sits there in the evening and sees the sun come down. And I just hope we can keep it and we can work together to massage this project so it's a win-win for everybody. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prelitz. Anyone else like to speak? Yes.
My name is Carrie Cormier. I live at 1255 Bluebird Canyon, directly across the street from the proposed site. I've spoken before on this, and yes, the size was reduced, but in relation to all of the other properties that were in that circle that we had the luxury of seeing, it's not 100% factual, but that average comes out to 1,750 feet and the average lots of all of those homes is just a tad over 7. thousand. So it's not necessarily in keeping with all of the properties. My house is 1,000 square feet, just a little bit under. But that's what I choose. Secondly, there is the basement is being referred to as basement. It's an ADU. There's a full kitchen in there. I anticipate that there will be 2 families living in the property, and that brings more cars, and therefore the need for parking. We have, like Herb, I have a parking spot next to my property that with no shoulder and no sidewalk, no curb. It's difficult. So those parking spots down, we have to walk around to get to them. They're very valuable. I know the proposed idea of adding 2 around the corner at the bend is something to consider, but it would not be a safe decision, in my opinion. I'm not a good public speaker. I apologize.
I think you're doing pretty great.
Anyway, I do support homeowners. They should be able to build, but this is why we have a committee and the opportunity to speak. Hopefully, the proper decision for our lovely Bluebird Canyon community will be made tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I forgot one small point.
We're not allowed.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
dark skylights.
Any,
I know.
do we have more speakers in the audience? Automatic light shades, yeah. Any comments?
I reply.
Oh, see, you high-fived me too early. A rebuttal.
I reply.
Oh, my turn. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. First of all, I'd like to address Herbert. I apologize for not reaching out to you. I didn't have your contact information. I suppose I could have with Daniel, and so I apologize for that. But to address the main concern that Herbert brought out, one, just to clarify, the front of the house is about at its peak, 13 feet above the street. A real effort was made to keep it as absolutely as low as possible from the street, and the intent was to reduce or have very little or no impact of the view to the properties behind us. That was the intention. I think there's some renderings here that show that, and I did not get a chance to view the staking or the property from Herbert's property or the neighbors behind, but certainly there was conscious effort to reduce that view impact. Let's see. Another point to make, the retaining walls on the backside were purposely designed to be, I believe at the maximum, they're 4 feet. Most of them are averaging at 2 feet. And it was purposely designed so we don't have really tall retaining walls behind the property. There are some retaining walls on the side of the property as it steps down, but the ones on the downsloping side that would be viewed from across the canyon were purposely held very, very small. And thirdly, I did want to address the parking concern. This was a very challenging one, and really the only solution that we were able to come up with is to provide the relocated parking down the street. Just so we're clear too, there's actually a net increase of street public parking. Even though that I understand that it's relocated further down the street, it may not be in the ideal location, but it is a net increase of street parking. The one other concern that very helpful suggestions that Chris was making. And by the way, Chris has been really fantastic at reaching out and providing all sorts of constructive solutions. And I really appreciate that. One of the concerns I had on relocating sort of swapping the deck in the living room is the perceived scale of the house on that north side. Because the canyon drops so quickly, the relative height between the house and then the adjacent grade would be very high. So in that case, I felt like we would have a property retaining wall that's more in the 8 to 10 feet high. as it moves forward. I think that summarizes it.
I'm sorry, does that
That
conclude?
that concludes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Board, do we have any comments of the applicant or neighbors?
Let me,
Question?
I've got a question for the applicant. In moving the deck and pool to the other side of the property, you had talked to me when we were out about that retaining wall. You kind of mentioned 7 to 8 feet. I envisioned it being larger than that. How big a retaining wall would you need on that side of the property to do that? It would stick out. I went from the
At
other, to
least-
the other side of the canyon for sure, but
I mean, I would think at least 8 to 10 feet. So, which result in probably a nearly 40-foot, building height as measured from lowest adjacent grade.
is,
If we're factoring in those site walls.
okay. And then the second question is there any other problems associated with doing that?
Technically, it's feasible. Also, I guess you could say that the flow and the orientation of the floor plan, the space planning on the inside, I do feel is ideal, close to ideal is where it is. I do feel it would be somewhat compromised in that layout if we swap the spaces.
I have no further questions.
Any further questions?
Just one on A3.2, you actually did bring up a good point. The exterior lights. Looks like there's a rope light. Like a waterproof strip light that's 121 linear feet. And
Which-
it
which
looks
you-
like it's wrapped around like the second floor exterior under the eaves. Is that to like wall wash?
Which sheet are you referring to?
A3.2,
A3.2?
exterior lighting plan. I just haven't seen this exterior application done, but to wrap, it appears to me that it's wrapping underneath the eaves of the whole length of the exterior.
Do you have that sheet available? I actually don't have
It
that.
says pool light
that
and
printed
it's,
out.
I can share.
Waterproof strip light.
I believe that.
Am I
I'm assuming
reading?
that's an in-pool light.
Is it?
it
That's
says
that's
pool
the
light.
only strip light. It's sort of like in the water of the pool. Just to, I believe that's what you're referring to, although I don't have that in front of me currently.
Yeah, so see in the grid, it shows like this dotted line is the metric.
So
Mo-
this is on the screen here.
It's pool
Is
light.
what you're referring
Yeah,
to.
it's a-
And if we zoom into the pool, that same dashed line is going around it.
Okay, I guess I was up in the top right corner. See this line that runs all around that? I was concerned that.
This
it might-
dashed line?
Yeah, I was concerned that that was indicating
No.
that the light was up there. But if that's just around the pool, okay.
This
And-
line.
And then the step light, if you can zoom in on that real quick up on the top. It'd probably be preferred to not be just an open, it should be shielded where that's down. I think you just pick a different application. And 9 watts is a little excessive, and traditionally we do it at 1 per 4 steps. So I don't know how many, you got 45, that's a ton for this Bluebird Canyon area. And then we traditionally do something where it's a manual on off, not an automatic or a timer where it's on every day, but just on as needed for safety. Given the dark sky nature of Bluebird Canyon.
It's pretty good.
Otherwise, the other lights make sense, even though the one looks like it's a lot of glass open, but it really is a downward lit
Mhm.
glow.
No more questions? Are we ready for board comments? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. We will move into board comments.
Why don't we start with you, with the two people that were here at the prior hearing? I'd be very interested to hear your comments.
I could speak on this. So I thought you did a great job minimizing the massing. It's a huge improvement. I love what you did with it. I don't believe that there's a view impact for the neighbors up the hill. I do, however, I did view a peekaboo view with the prelates, and because there is an option to preserve that view, I do side on the side of what Chris Prelitz had proposed of moving that massing to the other side and bringing that pool around. The lighting is excessive. I'd like to see the lighting minimized. Bluebird is a canyon that likes to enjoy the night sky. I'd like to maintain that as best as possible. So adding lights that are just to code, the bare minimum. Otherwise, I thought you did a great job. I'd just like to see the massing that you have on the right side that's facing Chris Pellets moved over to the other side. Swap it with the pool. I think I wrote it down as the second floor plan, swap the second floor plan with the basement. What's called out as the basement. That's a pretty big change. So I'll just leave it to that and see what the other board members, you might have support tonight. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think when we saw you in October or however long ago that was, the project was just massive and it didn't take a ton of consideration into what Bluebird Canyon is. This, I think, is a really good starting point, an adjustment in terms of really trying to carefully craft a structure that can kind of blend into this given the modern constraints. It's really tucked into the hill. It's close to the street. Your elevator doesn't add to mass or view impacts in its current location. I do understand the Chris Prelitz email. He only has one view corridor of the ocean and it sneaks right through the, that canyon corridor. I'm not sure if just kind of lowering the roof a bit or shifting in some cases, you're only a few feet out of grade as is. If there is some availability to get a little more lower and there is a solve there that works, I could, I'd be encouraged to see that, but I think we're really close. I mean, there's a lot of trees through that corridor. But every inch matters. So taking a look at that roof of that bedroom is probably a key component for the prelats in that view corridor through the valley. The lighting is excessive. It does need to be toned down. The landscaping, this is one that I really want to see some work done on. You've got the kind of the historical nature of the existing canyon with all the landscaping and the trees and the bushes. I get you can't do that. But I think there is some mitigation that could be done with some live oak that don't burn, and maybe some water treatment elements that work with the fire department that could get you a couple that maybe to your benefit also shields you from the busy street across the way that is Bluebird Canyon. But it shields the house mass and scale from that side as well. And there is a public trail that kind of goes down there to the tennis courts and kind of through that canyon a bit. So being sensitive to that shielding, I think is important. And I'd like to see Daniel and Amber really put some pressure to see what we can do. Cause I know we've come up with a few solves, but there's not a lot of wiggle room. I get it. But the size of the structure, we did ask you to get closer to what the 2000 whatever year approval was. And I think you've achieved that pretty close. The decking came way down. Utilizing the outdoor space was much better utilized in this round of drawings. Using more rustic nature materials for the structure softens it quite a bit to blend into that hillside much more significantly. So I like those choices. The articulation and design is really much better than where it was. And I get there's the ADU component. I know the neighbor spoke to that. You got problems with that, you got to write to the state. I'm sorry. Like our hands are somewhat tied in some of that. The parking that goes along with those things, we as a board cannot dictate that. You got to write to the state. And it does present a challenge for a community like Laguna Beach, but that is a right to do that on R1 lots. And that's something that is well within the applicant's choice to do. And I think he's choicefully done it on the lowest level. I'd like to see another look, but I'm pretty close.
I'll go ahead and go. It's such a tough lot because on one side you have city property, on the other side you have water district property and the tennis courts and the reservoir. So but it is a buildable lot. So I know it's tough, and every project that we've seen come before us proposed on that lot has been very challenging. And I didn't see your first rendition, although I just from tonight, just seeing what was proposed before, I think it does really hug that hillside, and I think that you've done a really good job there. I know we spoke a lot about flipping and the retaining walls, and I know that certainly massive retaining walls are also one of the design review criteria that we need to consider. But in this case, I do think that flipping it, either lowering that considerably, and I don't know if that would really, fit in your design in order to maintain that peekaboo view, or flipping it. I think that you can flip it because on the other side, you do have basically just the water district property down there. So you're not going to really have another house down there. You're not going to impact, and you still have, I think, privacy on that side. So I would like you to consider that. I think that that would really go a long way, and it'd probably get you where you want to go. I do have a lot of heartburn with the lighting, with all of the lighting. I think you do need to just what's required by code, one light per doorway, and I forget all the rest of the one light every fourth step, all of those things. And I think also minimize the pool lighting. I don't think that I would not support even a continuous strip entirely around the pool. I think that you can even reduce that. So please take a hard look at that. And those are my comments.
Touch on the pool. One other element that we sometimes do in these kind of more downward looking lots is encourage more of a darker color of pool interior instead of like chlorine, like a city municipal pool, because that also helps reduce glare and just the general visibility and reflectivity of a pool. But yeah, darker stone, gray, but.
It's sounding to me like for the landscaping plan, it's coming back, but I've got to be honest, I was ready to approve the project tonight, and I'll give you my reasons for it. One is, it's a buildable lot, and I think it steps to grade very nicely. Why don't you show the two other pictures of houses that are very close to it on Bluebird Canyon? If you could put them up, Michelle. Those are one houses that are just north of, or I'm not sure what direction, but you can see a lot of mass and scale that's not stepped. It's right there. Go to the next slide. And here's another house with, not the greatest design, but again, it's a lot of mass and scale. So I think that looking at where I view neighborhood compatibility, it is really the houses that go, up Bluebird Canyon Road from the turn on up, and I think this house is compatible. So that kind of brings me, and the design, I think, is very well articulated. And I do notice that as I drive up from the other side of Bluebird Canyon, you're going to see this house. And I actually think it's an improvement, like a major improvement for that street. If there's going to be a house there, you want a house that's attractive. And I can't ask you, based upon those other houses, in appearance, I'm not looking at square feet, I'm looking at appearance, that your house is not any more mass and scale than those houses, and a heck of a lot more articulated. So it comes down to the view from Chris Prelitz's house. And I must comment I haven't seen any other views because I wasn't asked to see any other views, so I'm not going to consider them. If you want me to consider view equity, I need to see it. You need to make the request. So it's not fair to the applicant to continue it unless it is continued for me to consider view equity. But since we're giving our comments for potentially third hearing here, I don't think it's fair, really, even at that point, to be showing me other view equity, because that's the last hearing on this project. Any view equity should have been done before then. With respect to Mr. Perlitz's home, you know, I actually went back, where are you? Chris, I went back, and it's the way I see view equity there isn't seeing a little bit of ocean water. And I'm one to protect peekaboo views. I live in North Laguna, where it's really important. And I look at this, and to me, it's not the ocean view so much as it's the horizon view, which is still there. Given that the bigger part of this home is on the right side toward the street, which is toward the trees, and I'm looking at the picture I took of your house from the front there, which is your view area. I weigh that against having, on a third review, the applicant have to come in and redesign the house with potential, other problems, and particularly this retaining wall. If it's really ugly, that's what everyone's going to see from Bluebird Canyon for the duration. And so if we ask this applicant to make such a major change on his third, we are dooming potentially Bluebird Canyon, everybody driving up to see a massive retaining wall. And if we don't like the retaining wall, then we're what? Rejecting his project altogether? So I think that architecturally, where I come out on view equity is, I think view equity is achieved here, given how far away this view is and how limited the white or the blue water view is, and the fact that the house is designed to maintain horizons views. So for those reasons, I would approve the project as is with respect to view equity, mass, and scale. I defer to my colleagues on lighting because it sounds to me like it's pretty bad. I looked at it. I'm not versed enough on lighting to have huge opinions on it. But if that lighting can't be adjusted tonight to meet the, I think, excellent points made by my colleagues, and it needs to be continued, in any continuance, I would be only looking at that issue.
Left here. Yeah, I just keep flipping through looking for an answer to make this all work better. Because I get everybody's point of view. I think the materials you chose were really good to make this sort of blend in and feel very organic. It has to be built. There's nothing we can do about that. It's like when you come into that canyon, you see that green hillside. It's stunning, but this is the world we live in. So we will build this house. And I think the way you designed it in the second rev is really substantially better and much more livable, the lesser of two. I do, as my colleagues here commented, the lighting is just over the top, Hollywood Hills, and we've got to reel that in and look at this as though you're lighting a candle at night, and that's about it. You don't have your glam lighting that the architecture deserves, but doesn't require. So anything that's safety required is all I would kind of stand behind. Otherwise, you really need to tone it down. I agree with the pool material, with the surface that you put there, and the tile choices you make should be in keeping to really downplaying the brightness and the focus on that. And then landscaping, I'm just not 100% clear on a lot of the pots and the things going on and the activity there. So maybe a little more clarity on that and how these walls, retaining walls, will be camouflaged a little to break it up. And if there's anything that you and your creative genius can come up with to give us back that a little bit more of that peak of peekaboo view. I know that you've been discussing it. I do agree with Tom that to send you back now for an alternative is just feels, I just don't think that's the way to go. I don't think it's appropriate, sadly. But yeah, if there's any way to angle it, lower it, pull it back, cut it away, just to give it, would be lovely. And those are my comments.
Yep, go.
Man, just in hearing the other board members, I think there's a lot of good things you did. I think buttoning up some of it is probably the encouragement, given that, you know, there's a lot of changes from the first one to now kind of dialing it in. My one question maybe to staff and to yourself might be, you know, in seeking out some of the landscape options. Maybe we've seen this application done a couple of times, but because you wrap around like a paper street, the Diedrichson Way, there might be some opportunity to look at like an REP to increase some landscaping beyond the property line. I don't know. We've done that in different areas in like Arch Beach Heights, but I don't know if that gives you more flexibility in terms of distance of canopy from a structure that could be explored. But that, not saying that's what you have to do, just it might be an option.
And looking at Board Member Gibbs, his photos, he went on a much clearer day. It might even be possible if you can lower the plate heights on that side that I was saying to flip. So
Do you want to walk us through a couple of the roof adjustments that you showed us?
You had blue lines. So 2 points. One is show us that. So I think the board can see that you're already below the pink ribbons. You're down to the blue, if I'm correct. And then secondly, can you lower that side anymore? I mean, even feet.
Or
You
what
know,
are the
foot,
plate
6 inches,
heights?
anything.
Yeah, what are your plate heights currently?
So would it be possible to put slide 5? I think it's page 5. 4. So I did brainstorm an option to lower the floor by lower the first and second floors by about 2 feet. And that would be achieved by creating a flat roof over just the garage entry portion, that upper portion. So that picks up basically about 2 feet in that sloped roof. So that therefore then the ground floor could move down 2 feet, and therefore it moves all the roofs down 2 feet. So in addition to that, yes, what I'm suggesting is that also that middle roof plate height can be reduced by a foot, so that in essence the oh, actually it's excuse me, it's page 5, please. Yeah. So the purple roof in this view could be converted to a flat roof. The blue roofs could be dropped.
No, your purple roof is great. It's beautiful. Don't touch that purple roof.
Well, in order to achieve a lowering, I would need to flatten that to pick up.
We're just talking about the blue to the right and the brown
All right.
that says basement floor. That's the part that's adding the girth.
In other words, lowering as you're looking at your house to the left side, the side that impacts the peekaboo view that the Perlitz has.
Right. In order to lower that roof, I would need to convert the roof over the garage to a flat roof. What that does is it shifts my whole height limit down. Does that make sense? By shifting the height limit down, then I can drop the floors, my basement floor and my first floor by 1 foot, right? Therefore, all of the roofs that are sitting on that floor drop that distance. So what I'm suggesting.
Because you're at 30 feet.
What I'm suggesting here is that the tan roof, which is the lower floor, could be lowered up to 2 feet. And Jessica, yes, to answer your question, yes, that could be reduced further by reducing the plate height of that wall. And the blue roof here could be reduced up to 3 feet by that 2 feet drop plus a foot plate height drop in the master. So this option, I actually flagged this. I don't know if you saw that. So they were contrasting flags. Yes. Thank
One
you.
was blue, one was pink.
Yeah.
The blue was
So the lower ones is this option. It's a non-certified, but it shows it shows these lowered options. And to answer your question, I mean, I'd need to study it, but probably could be reduced further from there, yes.
The problem with that is you're going to create two flat roofs looking from the street. I don't think that's attractive.
I would,
I'm not a fan of a flat roof, but if it helps to open up the peekaboo. Yeah, flat roofs are the worst. And they leak.
I know how you hate flat roofs.
It should be out of code.
You already have a flat roof for the garage, right? Isn't that flat? So it's, the garage roof would go flat. Is that what you're proposing?
in order to, that's correct, yes. The garage roof would need to be changed to a flat roof.
Oh,
It could still have eave projections. It could still be a mineral top surface, so they could somewhat match the shingles. But in order
Okay.
to gain that height back.
Oh, I
yeah.
misunderstood. All right, that wouldn't bother me. But
And you would have to make the other ones flat as well?
No, well, no, only the upper roof over the garage and the entry would be needed to be converted to a flat roof in order to lower the floor heights by about 2 feet.
I could approve that project. So let me ask you this, why does it have to come back because of the lighting issues that you guys have?
Well, I
described?
think there's just enough he needs to clean up.
What else besides the lighting?
The lighting, redrawing roof lines, giving neighbors a chance to kind of chime in on that, and the landscaping component.
All right, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Yeah.
How quick can you make those changes?
Can you just go out and come back? We'll be,
Not quick.
yeah.
How far out would we be if we were to continue? Oh, sorry. Amber, how far out would we be if we were to continue?
So if we had plans back by May 22nd, we could take you to July 11th.
Ooh. Can you do any better than that?
It's a long process.
All right.
Um,
Part of the problem here, and I mean, I feel for you because I would approve the project tonight if the lighting could be resolved. But part of the problem was your first design required so much change. And I don't think you're going to get approval tonight. And so, normally if this was the first project, I would be much more comfortable going to a second, hearing just to do this cleanup. And I think you would be more fine with it. But I think given that this is kind of a project that as Board Member Wiles said, is so close and requires some real lighting changes. And candidly, I don't think it would hurt to have the story poles adjusted to show the 2 feet reduction. And for everybody to look at it in light of what we've all talked about anew, including the neighbors, including, Mr. Perlitz, I'll speak to you. Look at, with the new story poles up, look at the sunsets. I don't know how often the sun sets right there. I'm not going to question you on that. But really look and see if your view that you prize is being preserved, even though you may not be able to see all the blue that you want or any blue, I don't know. And I'd like to see it on a clear day myself. It was clear, I could see the ocean, but it was hazy. So while I reluctantly hate to push you off that long, everyone hates building in Laguna Beach, and this probably doesn't help. I think it's necessary given the circumstances. So I would move for a continuance.
At least we're not asking you anymore to flip the script.
Does that date work for you?
Which, excuse me, what?
July
what's the date?
11th, but May 22nd?
plans would be due May 22nd. That gives us time to plan check and then prep our staff report.
What is the, I'm What
May
is the?
22nd for plans due July
Plans are due
11th.
May
July
26th.
11th, okay.
For the
For
Good.
July 11th.
July 11th.
That's not that bad.
Does that work?
Sure. Yeah, yeah, I can.
Okay, then Chair, I will move, shoot, my stuff went pause. Item 5.7 at 1260 Bluebird Canyon Drive to continue to July 11th for a third hearing because the board finds that the applicant has really made a good effort to follow the board's direction and the third hearing is warranted.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
and Chair Gannon.
Yes.
It's a 5-0 vote to continue to July 11th.
Lovely.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you. And then for other business, I just have one. We have other business.
What other business?
I'm gonna bring up some other business.
I can't wait. I can't wait. She's
I-
probably going to say that we have to wear suit and ties for future board meetings.
Oh, gosh, Don Sheridan is not here. I enjoyed that dapper look, but it is,
The new sheriff in town.
yes.
I know. There's a, oh, she's got her gal. I can bring you a bigger gal.
Please do, yes. Size matters.
Size
Um,
matters.
In this case. I would like to request, there was, Russell used to give us progress reports. And, I'd like to request that we entertain doing that again.
What's, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
It's like an age analysis of a project, kind of showing how long it's taking once received.
Have you kept that?
We
Oh.
do have statistics on our plan checks. We do keep track of the number of plan checks that come in, how many get completed in 30 days, how fast we're turning them around. We could put something like that together.
Okay, that would be great. Yeah, 'cause I'm getting a lot of comments from the community about, I know we had some turnover. And a lot of that turnover before those members left had told applicants that their projects were ready to be on DRB approval. This is like December and November. I had spoken with people and they're like, oh, we should be on your calendar. And cut to March, now we're April, they're still not on the calendar. Meanwhile, those planners before they left stated that they were ready for DRB. And so what's the process when somebody leaves? Who consumes that work, that extra workload? How does that get
Oh, we
divvied
just throw
out?
it in the trash. No, I'm just kidding.
They have to reapply.
We have to spread the love. We have to give it to whoever planners. Daniel, quite frankly, has been a champion and has taken on a lot of work, and that's why he had 4 back-to-back tonight.
And great job, Daniel.
And if we would like that type of report, and staff is able to bring it back, we would have to make that an agendized item so that you could discuss in detail any information that you receive in response to that
Yeah.
report.
But just in general, there's been a lot of transitions in the
Doesn't have to
department
be a public
lately,
hearing, just a
as we
business
all
item.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in past, it's always just been a business, another business, and it's good for us to know because as we interact with the community, or even I've gotten calls like people freaking out, and so I just relay the information. It's happened to Board Member Gannon's point. It's happening more again now than it did, say, 6 months ago. Not that we want to put more pressure on staff, but it does put, we want to try to help communicate your efforts out so it calms things down.
Okay, great.
Well, along those lines, do we have draft, like
No.
the next, like the next agenda, like draft agenda, like draft projects that we might be seeing in the next time or next 2 times?
Yes.
You know,
We do have,
I know
we do
you
have
keep-
a calendar. We try our best to post the plans as early as possible, but they don't always show up on the Granicus listing because you can only see the immediately forthcoming hearings, including city council and the committee meetings.
Sure.
So they don't always pop up.
Well, not even the plans, just the addresses, because I think I used to like as I'm driving around, it's like, okay, that might be, coming up, that kind of stuff.
I mean, we do see how many continuances we have and how things kind of get shuffled around. But
I
yes,
know.
there is a draft schedule.
There is a draft?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll just,
We can share that.
we can share
um,
that.
It's
Yeah, that would be
tentative.
Great.
Yeah.
Even if it changes,
Annual,
even if it changes, I think it's, as long as it's draft, it's.
Are we posting it or just going to send it to us? I don't know that you can just send it to us.
I'm not
You can send it to
excited
us.
about
From-
posting it in case there are changes,
think
and
you
we don't
can.
want to treat it like a formal agenda at that point.
No, that's what I'm saying. It would need to be public.
Or I'm
record.
proposing it more
I think
for.
staff could send the board an email
Of
update
upcoming items.
upcoming items to
Mhm.
keep you informed.
Mhm.
So it's not
of
like. a
what's on the
formal
horizon.
agenda.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why we have a lawyer here.
My request for it is more to identify where we can make improvements. Try to identify where the snags are and see where we can problem solve, improving the system.
Mhm.
I know with planners leaving, it clogs
Yeah.
up the other
Well, I
planners.
mean, it was staff turnover, but then also, just the little things like not processing things on a consent calendar and then putting a lot more work and effort into our staff reports. I mean, those are all good things, but they do take more time to put together.
Right.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've loved the staff, everyone's slightly different. But, it would serve no purpose to tell you all the things that you could do to make it better because it really is good. And I think it's marginal, improvement could cost you a lot of hours. I'd rather have you do that quality of staff report on every project. And you do, so.
No, they're
Great staff
they're
reports.
great.
Given that 6 years ago, there wasn't really.
I
staff
know. And
reports.
I really appreciate the links, by having those links right there in the
Oh, the
text.
hyperlinks?
Yes, those are
Okay.
really great.
We can do more of that.
That's something new that
Mhm.
since I've been on,
You didn't
so
know what
that's
to
really
do
good.
that. No,
They're great.
Good.
but yeah, that works good.
Okay.
I think that's it. Yeah, we can adjourn. Oh, dear, that's new.
We adjourn, you would say we adjourn to the next regularly scheduled meeting of May 9th, 2024 at
No
5
more
p.m.
business. We adjourn.
Yeah, so I guess I do like
Yeah.
receiving these.
Alicia's training us to actually comply. with
You're a
the
rock
rules.
star.
We've never
Ah,
operated.
Yeah.
That's one adjective to use.
Okay, so I have to read that whole, oh, no, it's just the adjournment.
Yeah.
We adjourn to the regular scheduled virtual design, no, there's no virtual. No virtual.
No virtual.
You guys can take that out. There's an edit right there. Adjourn to the regularly scheduled design review board meeting on May 9th at 5 p.m., the year 2024, in case you were confused.